Report, they're in the first boxes of Crayola crayons sold in 1903. And we will go to Garrett to see if we can get the answer. Yo, Garrett. Morning, bud. Yo. All right, Garrett, how many colors in that first crayon box?
8.
8 is correct. 8. Wow. Yes. Woo! Garrett is happy. All right, hang on, buddy. We're going to set you up a pair of tickets as Four Walls presents the Always Sunny Podcast live Saturday, September 23rd at the Mann Center. And we, the Presidency Show, welcome the gang back to Philadelphia. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster.
So what's the maximum amount of crayons you can purchase? Because they have these crazy big crayon sets.
Huge
But are they
now.
like 64?
Something like that.
What?
Even more?
Oh, yeah, you can
Really?
get like hundreds of them. Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, I didn't know that.
All right, MTV Video Music Awards were last night. Nicki Minaj was the mistress of ceremony, although she only took the mic a few times. A few things to point out. NSYNC reunited to give away the award for Best Pop Award. Justin Timberlake also had a viral moment backstage with Megan Thee Stallion, which people thought was a heated moment. Instead, an insider claimed that Megan actually told JT that the meeting backstage at the award show didn't count and they needed to have a proper meeting. For the record, Meg was excited and is a huge fan of Timberlake.
So my question is, how did they pull this off during the writer's strike?
Oh, I don't know.
Right? I mean, the writers.
Shakira was honored with the Michael Jackson Vanguard Award and was introduced by Wyclef Jean before performing a medley of songs. Diddy received the Global Icon Award and was presented the award by longtime friend and collaborator Mary J. Blige. The VMAs also honored the 50th anniversary of hip-hop with performers from Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five, Slick Rick and Dougie Fresh, Nicki Minaj, Lil Wayne, LL Cool J, and DMC from Run DMC, and Reverend Run was not present for that. But.
So you have all these celebs showing up, but does this matter? Does this make a big thing now? The video
Not
awards?
to me. To some people, maybe.
Yeah,
but,
I didn't even really see it advertised at all.
Yeah, I don't really know. But Taylor Swift, swept everything.
Of course.
So
what are you going to do?
she got Video of the Year, Artist of the Year, Song of the Year. She also got
Year of the Year.
Best Pop. What else? I'm rolling through. Best Cinematography, Best Visual Effects.
Nobel Peace Prize.
Like a whole bunch of stuff. So the people who won who weren't Taylor Swift was Ice Spice for Best New Artist. Nicki Minaj won for Best Hip Hop. SZA won for Best R&B. For Best Alternative, it went to Lana Del Rey featuring Jean Baptiste. And Best Rock went to Måneskin for The Lonely.
Well, there you go.
So yeah, there was a rock category there.
They had a little bit of rock.
Yeah, so there you go. MTV Music Awards. I'm sure you're really excited.
Huge
about
impact.
That. By the way, speaking of Taylor Swift. She might have a new guy in her life. There is reports that she's been dating Travis Kelce of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Wow.
He had floated his number to her a few years ago, right? Nothing came of it. Yeah.
Tried to. So they are both 33 years old. Taylor and Travis have, quote, according to a source, been quietly hanging out. Apparently, she saw him when she was in New York a few weeks ago. This comes after he revealed how he tried and failed to make a move on Swift at one of her tour dates in July. He said he had his phone number inscribed on a bracelet, which he planned to present to her. However, when he attended one of Taylor's recent concerts in Kansas City, he was unsuccessful in his attempts to meet her backstage.
He's a good-looking dude.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, listen, he's accomplished. But I don't know. Do you think it's a risky proposition to enter into a relationship with Taylor Swift?
Of course.
Yeah.
You'll get a song written about you.
Right.
Yeah,
You want a
absolutely.
song?
Yeah. He explained
What rhymes with Travis?
on his podcast about trying to get his number to her. If you're up on Taylor Swift concerts, he said, there are friendship bracelets, and I received a bunch of them being there, but I wanted to give Taylor one with my number on it. Although he was unable to meet her face-to-face, he had nothing but warm words for her performance, which he hailed as an unbelievable show. He conducted an on-off, with a relationship with influencer Kayla Nicole for 5 years.
Not that familiar.
That culminated in their breakup in 2022.
He says, however, during that time period, he did often pleasure himself to Taylor Swift pictures.
Oh, okay.
So
He said that, huh?
Yeah, he said that. And you know who said? You remember the whole thing with Kanye when he got with Kim Kardashian? He admitted to pleasuring himself to the sex tape a number of times.
No.
I wonder how that. I wonder how that would
Kind of a weird thing.
I wonder how that would fly with a woman who is legitimately attracted to a guy,
right?
And then he tells her,
By the way,
yeah, I've been pleasuring myself to your pictures.
I've been tugging it like a maniac.
Is that
to your
a turn
pictures.
off or a turn on?
I mean, I actually have chafed my own penis.
It depends on.
I have to assume it's a little bit of a turn off.
Yeah, it depends on the person, though. I
Right,
guess,
right.
They might be into that type of
If
thing.
it's Clint Howard, probably a turn off.
Yeah.
Maybe Travis Kelce gets away with it.
I don't know.
But the Kelsey documentary came out yesterday. I mean, it's.
Did you watch it?
I watched it twice. Yeah.
You sounded like you were going to cry there for a second.
Dude, I cried like I think about 10 times.
Really?
Watching the
They say it's very
documentary.
emotional.
It is so freaking good. And at one point, I actually cried and laughed at the same exact time. Which
Was this
I was
during
like,
the throuple with Taylor Swift?
when I did that, I was like, I didn't even know that was possible.
What was the moment, Case?
Well, I don't want to give it away,
Okay.
but Jason, listen, and we had Connor Barwin in here a couple of weeks ago talking about it, but he is as authentic as you could possibly get.
Yeah.
And he delivers a speech the night before the Super Bowl, not because he wants to, but because he is so well respected in that locker room and the coaches know it. He was asked to. And he has a moment in the speech where he's just emotional, and then he cracks a joke, and it is such a great joke, and the entire audience, the team starts crying. And I was mid-cry. and then he made the joke, and I was like laughing. It's really good. So I watched it when I got home from work yesterday. And then my wife came home from work. I was like, I watched the Kelsey. She's like, you watched it without me? I'm like, I'll watch it again. I'll watch it right now. And I did. I watched it like
What's
2
it
times
on,
in a row.
Case?
Prime
Video.
Are there upsetting, sad things that happen in their lives?
It is just okay. So you know how passionate I am about the team. So there's a little bit of that. And listen, you're a dad, right? You're a husband. You're a son. And he touches in on all of that stuff.
Wow.
Okay, you were inducted into the Radio Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
What was the most important thing that when you got inducted that your wife was there in attendance, but you made sure your mom was there?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jason's mom and dad, both of their sons were in the Super Bowl. You know what I mean? Like, you just had these moments.
Okay.
And Travis had a great moment. Listen, he had a moment where like he was kicked off the team in college, and that was upsetting to him because he was an embarrassment to his family. But then he turns around and he wins the Super Bowl, and you know what I mean? Like there was just I don't know. It was very emotional.
So but not sad from tragic.
No.
Okay. all
No,
right.
no,
That's
no.
what I did because if there was, I was like, I haven't heard these stories yet.
There
so-
was that scene where Travis got turned down by Taylor Swift.
You got that.
That's pretty
I got
heart-wrenching.
very upset at that.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Well,
Everyone's raving on it.
a 10-time crier. That could be like your review.
Yeah.
And last but not least, Jason Fayon's in it.
Really?
What?
No kidding.
Yes.
With
It's
the,
just-
He plays Woodrow Wilson.
The Zubaz brothers.
Yeah. So he's
Oh, that's
wearing,
right,
he's
yeah.
wearing the wig and the
great.
Zubaz and stuff like
That's
that. But
cool.
yeah, he's in it.
Nice.
Pretty
Excellent.
cool.
We're not in it.
We're not.
No.
But we'll keep trying.
We'll try.
I do want to mention this story. Laura Linney, the actress, witnessed a fan become violent following the Christian Siriano show during New York Fashion Week. Video of the incident was shared on TikTok as Linney's handler escorted her to a car outside of the Pierre Hotel in New York City. A man approached the star in hopes of getting her autographed, and when her handler prevented her from doing so, the man punched the handler in the back of the head. As onlookers gasped, the Ozark actress asked her handler, "Are you okay?" And he assured her that he was fine and led her to her car.
Yeah, these guys get. So the guy was clearly one of those guys who gets the autographs and then sells them.
Well, you remember one assaulted Jake, our intern, at the Camp Out for Hunger because he wanted like M. Night Shyamalan's autograph.
You remember
These people are a bunch of scumbags.
But do you remember the famous that when they crowded Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson?
Yeah.
And remember you saw Tom Hanks get upset
Yeah, he screamed at the guy.
because they hurt Rita Wilson, Preston.
Can't do that.
You can't do that, goddammit.
Tim Burton is sharing his reaction when it comes to the capabilities of artificial intelligence. Earlier this year, BuzzFeed had asked AI to Tim Burton-ize Disney movies such as Frozen, The Little Mermaid, and The Princess and the Frog. And he was in a recent interview and said they had AI do my versions of Disney characters. He said, "I can't describe the feeling it gives you. It reminded me of when other cultures say, don't take my picture because it's taking away your soul.
Yes, I can see that.
He said, what it does is it sucks something from you. It takes something from your soul. You can pay for that, by the way. Or psyche. That is very disturbing, especially if it has to do with you. It's like a robot taking your humanity or your soul. SAG-AFTRA and the Writers Guild are both currently fighting for protections from AI. According to Fran Drescher, the president of SAG-AFTRA, said when you have a combination of Wall Street, greed, technology, and whiz kids, and I'm not seeing exemplify a great deal of empathy, it's a deadly cocktail, in my opinion, and I don't want us to have to drink that poison anymore. So while Britney Spears is dancing on Instagram, her sister is bringing her moves to the ballroom. Jamie Lynn Spears
It's going to be on.
is set to compete on season 32 of Dancing with the Stars.
Are you down with that, Kathy?
I just think it's funny that's what's happening.
Yeah, with her partner, Alan Burstyn, the actress who starred in Paramount Plus's Zoe 102 movie and season 3 of Netflix's Sweet Magnolias this year. Joins previously announced celebrities competing Vanderpump Rules star Ariana Madix and The Bachelorette lead Charity Lawson. The full cast actually is going to be announced later today.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So she said, I have this unique opportunity where I was offered a chance to work when my community cannot work. She said on GMA, I figured I'd do this and I will donate my weekly salary to SAG, WGA, and just give back to them at a time where they can't even give to themselves.
Well, that's pretty nice. It seems they do a lot of carve-outs for allowing people to work and that others don't. Like they're all up in arms about the Drew Barrymore thing, but they're allowing Dancing with the Stars to continue.
Josh Duhamel and his wife, Audra Mari, announced that they are expecting their first child soon. Yeah. They had captioned a post on Instagram, Baby Duhamel coming soon.
We're dear friends with Josh Duhamel.
Yeah.
And it featured, Nick Pete next to him.
That's right.
Featured an ultrasound snapshot of their baby, and this will be the Shotgun Wedding star's second child as he shares son Axel, who is 10, with his ex-wife Fergie. Soon after the couple shared a post with Josh's 2.3 million followers, many of them took to comments to congratulate them about the news. Claire Crawley had posted, I was just thinking this morning about you. She is also expecting a baby. Josh's ex, Fergie, made sure to join on the congratulatory wishes as well. She wrote, I am truly happy for you guys. Axel can't wait to have a big brother. And several fans replied to the Big Girls Don't Cry songstress and applauded her for wishing Audra and Josh well. Audra and her husband announced the baby news on the heels of their first wedding anniversary. They were married on September 10th, 2022, about 3 years after his split from Fergie. So they got the baby.
I like that Josh Duhamel.
Yeah, he's cool. And we're going to be talking to somebody who's going to be on his game show.
Right.
Later this morning. Speaking of babies and weddings and all that stuff, Page Six reports that a second wedding is in order for Chris Evans and Alba Baptista after the couple got married in Cape Cod over the weekend. According to a source, they told the outlet there's going to be a second gathering in Portugal for members of Alba's family who couldn't be in Massachusetts.
Well, that's sweet.
They said sometime this week, I believe, then they'll depart from Portugal for their honeymoon.
And she's an actress, yes?
Yes, she is,
Yes.
and I am not really familiar
She's
with her.
20 years
Steve.
younger, but they make a cute couple.
So, yeah, we'll see how this goes. The official trailer for the 4th season of The Kardashians was released yesterday.
Awesome.
Apparently, the tension between Kim and Kourtney is palpable
Oh, no.
as the pair sit down next to each other for a confessional. Khloe tells mom, Kris Jenner, Court and Kim are still going at it.
Shut the f*** up!
And Kris replies later, Kourtney says to Kim during a phone call, you're just a witch. I hate you.
Oh, my God.
I hate you.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Don't fight, girls. Don't fight.
Meanwhile, Tristan Thompson.
I hate you more than anything in this damn world.
Sounds insane.
Meanwhile, Tristan Thompson returns to the show after he and his mother, Amari Thompson,
Why don't you bitches shut up?
moved in with Khloe at the end of the season 3. And
Shut up, woman.
Khloe says, I need people to know that I'm single. Tristan and I were in really sensitive times.
But those times have passed now.
At another point in the trailer, Kourtney tells the professional basketball player, I don't think you deserve Khloe.
You don't deserve Khloe.
So it premieres on September 28th on Hulu for those who care.
I'm waiting for it just a sign, a crack, something in the armor that indicates that the fascination with this family is diminishing, but I haven't seen it yet.
It's still
Why is
there.
it not coming, Preston?
It is still
Why is it
there.
not happening?
Because the universe hates us.
The universe
that's why.
hates us.
Yeah. Let's see. People reports Sophie Turner is back on the set of her forthcoming series Joan, in which she portrays real-life jewel thief Joan Hannington. And photographs show Turner sporting a blonde bob wig with a large white temporary tattoo on her back.
It's a weird-looking tattoo. Did you see the picture?
No, I didn't see it.
It almost looks like somebody just tried to spread icing on her back.
So this is the first time the Game of Thrones actress has been seen since she and her husband of 4 years, Joe Jonas, announced that they were divorcing. So.
There's a picture of it on the screen there, Preston.
That's pretty wild looking. Yeah, because it's bright white.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. And I found out that if you want to get tattoo removal, colors like white and yellow, you can't remove.
Is that right?
Because it's the laser's attracted to the
Certain-
deep dark colors.
Yep. Because I have a tattoo on my ankle, and I went to a removal place and it's got multiple colors, and they're like, yeah, we can get about 90% of this, but some of that's not going anywhere.
Well,
So
and
white is...
Yeah.
it's the same thing. It works the same way for hair too. So the darker your hair is, the easier it is for them to remove it. So like I don't have really dark hair, and I had the laser hair removal on my legs, and so little like fine white hairs will still grow because the laser just can't get it.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's why you get the goatee?
He's like, is that why you have your mustache still? That white mustache?
When
Last
Kathy
night,
does the news, a lot of people don't know she twirls her mustache.
Stop it.
Last night, the National Book Foundation took to social media to share that they have rescinded Drew Barrymore's invitation to host the 74th National Book Award ceremony. What? Comes after she announced that she was resuming filming of the Drew Barrymore show amid the ongoing SAG-AFTRA WGA strike.
So this is a bridge too far for them.
The foundation wrote in a statement, the National Book Award is an evening dedicated to celebrating the power of literature and the incomparable contributions of writers to our culture. In light of the announcement that the Drew Barrymore show will resume production, the National Book Foundation has rescinded Ms. Barrymore's invitation to host the 74th Annual Book Award ceremony.
That hobad can lick our asses.
You said that in a very literary
Yes,
fashion.
right.
One last thing, and I didn't see it yet, Stephen. I'm sure you have. The first teaser trailer for the highly anticipated Aquaman sequel was released yesterday.
Saw a little bit of it. Didn't see the full thing. It looks good. A lot of people are ahead of this movie saying it's terrible.
Oh, really?
They did some adjusting. It's the same as James Wan, who's a great director, did the first one. I enjoyed the first one quite a bit. So we'll see. But it looks Aquaman-ish.
Yahya Abdul-Mateen II's Black Manta says about Aquaman, I'm going to kill Aquaman and destroy everything he holds dear.
I hate you.
I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world.
That's perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect, yeah.
Amber Heard's Queen Mara was not featured in the teaser, but time will tell if she appears in the full trailer on Thursday. Aquaman and the Lost Kingdom is set to hit theaters on December 20th.
So I read an article about DC, and there is a belief that DC and I guess is it Warner Brothers are just kind of like, here you go. They're not going to spend a lot of money promoting it. They're not going to run a lot of campaigns, and because it's the premieres or the release is coming up very quickly.
Yeah.
These ones just don't do a damn thing for me. I don't know what it is. Like, I'm so in on some of these universes, but the DC stuff, especially Aquaman, I think part of it for me is that it looks so incredibly fake. I think the CGI is just so fantastic. It looks like
All right.
almost like too comic book-y for me. And the other stuff that's sort of based in somewhat of a reality, I can just take a lot more. There's just so much CGI. I don't know. For whatever reason, it's not floating my boat
Just
at all.
the look about it.
I completely hear
see
that.
what you
So,
mean.
so I was fine with the original Aquaman, and I thought it looked kind of, pretty fantastical, obviously, and you're right. And the movie that just did it for me, where I just had to disconnect, was the Doctor Strange and no, not Doctor Strange, Quantumania. It was so, it was so much, and it was so CGI'd that I'm like, I can't even buy into this remotely. But you're right. Yeah, sometimes it's just too damn much.
Yep, they overdo
The
it.
rent's too damn high.
All right, let's do the clips. Here we go. All right, so the series premiere of The Swarm came out last night.
Sick. Did you see the swarm?
And follows a team of scientists.
Scientists that's going after the swarm.
They're
in pursuit of the swarm.
Face an unknown threat in the sea. And here,
Suspicious.
executive producer Frank Dahlger talks about the differences between adaptation of the 20-year-old book that it was based on.
At the time it was written, all the main characters are essentially white men, and they're also big world-class scientists. So we made two decisions: make them younger, more women, more people from diverse backgrounds. And also, I'm interested in characters, people who become heroes. So by making them graduate students, people interested in the sciences, but just starting out in their careers, we thought it was a much more interesting way to go.
I don't give a
The Swarm is now streaming on the CW.
Swarm is more diverse.
Next clip. Love at First Sight, a book to movie adaptation.
A book to movie adaptation is what they're talking about.
I thought it was the word move.
Oh,
not
if you
movie.
like your movies.
A book to movie adaptation about two people who fall in love with each other on a flight from New York to London. It premieres this week. Here, author and executive producer Jennifer E. Smith talks about bringing this book to the big screen.
This has been a really long wait for readers and for fans and for me. And to finally see it, on screen, and not just that, but the version that has I've been wishing for and hoping for all these years, and really, what I've been dreaming about all this time.
Shut up, dummy.
Love at First Sight comes out on Netflix this Friday. Okay, so the girl, the lead in that, she's the gal from White Lotus season 2 who was the assistant to what's the actress's name? Jennifer Coolidge. Thank you.
That's who
She's super cute.
Yeah, that's who I thought they were gonna do. They were gonna focus on for the next season.
Right. Interesting. All right, and there you go. Your entertainment report for today, dear
You
friend.
took us all around the world for that.
We continue. We will continue to span the globe this morning, Steve. We have
It's
a lot
like
of
the
stuff
wide
on.
world of sports.
It is. And we are going to dive into all kinds of stuff, including Secret Text Word, where you have your chance to win a pair of tickets to see Justin Willman, the Magic for Humans in-person tour, which is going to be this Friday at the Keswick Theater. So text the word secret to 39333. We have an announcement that we're going to make around 8 o'clock-ish. Bizarre File and Fox Good Day will be doing that around that time, but we have an announcement, something I think that you will enjoy. And we also have a guest on the program later today, Anthony Franzzo, local guy. We were talking about that game, the game show, Buddy Games, with Josh Jamal. He's going to be on that.
How did you describe it earlier?
I thought it looked a little bit like Field Day for adults.
Yeah, it's exactly it.
But added with some extra, kaboom. I don't know what's a
Here
better
comes the
word.
kaboom.
Yeah. Yeah.
Extra kaboom.
Network money.
Yeah.
Boom, there goes the dynamite. Yeah.
With more ooh doggy. That's it.
More ooh
Thank
on
you.
my doggy, please.
Yeah, so it's Field Day with more woo doggy. And I would like to give away this because this event is tonight, this murder mystery event with Casey, Nick, and Marissa. And this is going to be at the Red Rum Theater. And what's cool is it's a live event, and it comes along with a complimentary buffet and a free drink. It's 21 and over event. And we'll take call number 18 at 215-263-WMMR. This is courtesy of 20th Century Studios, A Haunting in Venice. And so it's in advance of that. This is going to be opening up on the 15th. But this event is tonight. So call only if you can go this evening and you're at least 21 years of age. And we'll take call number 18 at 215-263-WMMR, and you will be good to go. We're going to return with turn songs in the T on Back to School A to Z. So don't miss any of it this morning. How about all of that? So yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher. It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus. And there was no wrap-up music. He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking up?
Suction cups, yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen,
Yeah.
I mean, he was the star of the film.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see
I do
it.
need-
Really,
I-
think
I
of
really-
a nomad land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put
wanna
the
see
octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the
How
movie
long
came out
can
like
you
2
live?
years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
The
they
length
live
of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
No,
they
they
don't.
don't. They live like a year.
They don't.
Watch,
Really?
Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
saw the
it's
movie
great.
and I don't remember that shocking piece of
That's
news.
sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All
Maybe,
right,
well,
I'm
maybe it
gonna
was a
check it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting
See?
longer lives.
See, he
One-
could still.
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an actor. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid
I know Yolanda.
is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter Gigi Hadid's daughter Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
I told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Hadid, granddaughter.
She,
Do you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
well, they heard from an octopus that actually.
in a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but
I have it on good authority that Yolanda Hadid loves her granddaughter.
Oh my God.
would you go on record with that?
You are people who don't want this information out.
Oh my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away. That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away. In a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat
He's
on.
got. He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
It's amazing.
A dove formerly owned by Prince has passed away.
Yeah. Well, you know, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, well, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds, like African grays and so on, can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But I
They
didn't think
usually
it-
outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathed
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what
what
I
did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tours, said Divinity's beautiful coo has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime.
God.
It was awesome.
Yeah, and I've his version, along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" from the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago, is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks
Looks like a school or a warehouse or
you would
something
not.
like
You would
that.
have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So yeah, I would love to
Elevator
go
inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which according to reports were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds
When
like.
doves cry.
Yeah, they were upset about Prince's death.
I swear to God, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my God! Hey, are doves the same things as pigeons?
No.
No?
They're
Not even
related.
close.
They are related.
Yeah, they're in the same bird family.
That's what I mean.
If you look at their license, there's a delineation.
Okay.
My dad and I used to go dove hunting regularly. We used to blast those things out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, come on.
We'd eat them.
I know, but still, it's like puppy hunting. You know? It's so nice and cute and peaceful.
They're different than the ones that you see. They're,
Okay.
Yeah,
they're the gray colored
They kill
ones.
families.
Okay.
Yes.
They are all
he
tatted
was
up.
doing service to the families of Kentucky.
They are literally the symbol for peace, however.
Yes.
I was completely eaten by a dove today. Anyone kill them for us.
Son, we got work to do.
We beat it to death with an olive branch.
I have a hair change story that I.
That's a cool sound effect.
After splitting from her fiance, Dale Moss, Bachelorette alum Claire Crawley is ready for love and a new pink hairdo.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah?
I've not seen it.
It's not over the top.
It's not crazy hot
It's
pink.
light. She says she wanted to show that she could do something crazy.
Okay.
As we observed, everything she's done shows she can do something crazy.
Oh, you're right. It's a nice pink. It's like an ombre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She didn't go. I was thinking like shocking. Like Katy Perry when she had super pink hair. Anyway.
Getting the tattoo of Florida on her forehead.
Did you see that guy?
I did.
Yes. He's got a tattoo of the state right on his forehead.
Ridiculous.
All righty, buddy. Source tells us she sees her time spent with Dale as something of her past and is ready to move forward.
It helped me to learn about myself.
So she has pink hair now.
Okay, the ombre's good. I kind of prefer the Ganon, bro.
What's the Ganon?
Come on.
Ganon, bro.
Keep going. Do it. Finish it.
I'm not finishing
Come on.
It's Ganon, bro. I like the up dog. personally.
Yeah.
It is. Yeah.
Here's the tattoo of the Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
I
Man,
love it.
what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So there you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours. And there's this cross talk that's not, no one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah.
leading
Okay.
into- so they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird. And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great though is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated. Who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes Saul. And then there was no reaction because there was no movie called Saw.
Right.
And then he realized that he had made the mistake. And then they had cut to the, it was for best original song. But either way, the the actors, it was Sudeikis, it was the people that were up for the next award.
Right.
They were having a ball with it. They were cracking up. Don Cheadle was making fun of them, and it was really, really.
I think Pacino didn't realize that he was still on the Zoom call because he was standing in the doorway pleasuring himself.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh no, you
How
don't do
awkward
that.
is
It feels so good.
Right.
Well, I didn't see that clip, but I did see. I saw a clip.
I'm gonna shout!
Oh my God! Splat.
All over my walls and when my children play with their toys. You were expecting something like that. There were a few people who clearly were not quite up to speed on the tech.
I'm gonna shoot over here.
That was good.
Oh man!
Right after that.
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
No. This is also comedic. He fell asleep.
What?
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he asleep on camera, Nick?
Yeah, I mean, don't you usually fall asleep right afterwards?
Everybody's sleepy, and you've expanded yourself. So the camera pans across his screen, and listen, his eyes are closed, and he looks like he might have not actually have been asleep, but he looked like he was sleepy.
That was so much fun pleasuring myself.
Oh no, the poor guy. Getting old.
I don't feel so good.
That's hilarious.
I'm up on out.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise or yard work or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way,
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
thank you, Kathy. Let us fill our minds right now, friends, as we head to the Just Sayin Institute this morning.
The Just Saying Institute, home of the Jason Kelsey documentary Cry Laughing Research Center.
The Cry Laughing Research
Like,
Center.
how does that happen?
How does
Casey
that?
explained it.
Laugh and
Yeah,
cry at
yeah.
the same time, but it can happen. All right, so Kathy covered this in the news, but maybe we can expand a little bit more on it. But a medicine used by millions of Americans for a stuffy nose does not work, a Food and Drug Administration panel ruled in a certain way. So it's called phenylephrine is the pronunciation, or PE, as Kathy was saying.
Yeah, PE.
Phenylephrine
easy, right? Yeah.
is the most common active compound in over-the-counter drugs like Benadryl, allergy plus congestion, Sudafed PE, and Tylenol cold and flu, severe day and night. But an FDA panel said after a 2-day review that the oral decongestant is not effective at standard or even high doses compared to a placebo.
So it's been this type of medicine has been on the counters and on the shelves for years. I
Yes.
mean, years. I can't even remember a time when there wasn't this stuff.
It was approved by the FDA in the 1970s.
Okay, so all that time it's been used, and as Kathy pointed out in the news, this has always been sort of a point of contention that something taken orally like this, how well does it disperse to the body? How well does it take care of the congestion? And that's really what this is all about, right? It's not hitting the area you want it to hit effectively.
Yes. So
Nearly out the poop chute.
Nearly every nasal decongestant on pharmacy shelves contains it. A unanimous vote by the 16-member non-prescription drug advisory panel could issue a major blow to the industry. Today's ruling only applies to oral formulations of phenylephrine. So the nasal decongestant, when you do it, put it directly in the nose, it does its job. So it was approved by the FDA in the 1970s to shrink the dilated blood vessels in the nose, relieving nasal and sinus congestion. But since then, more research has come out questioning whether oral formulations of the medicine have any measurable benefit.
You're out of order.
Given the way it is metabolized. It has something to do with, okay, so the document details flaws in the trials for the ingredient in the 1960s and 70s, citing small sample sizes and relied on techniques that are no longer used by the FDA
And
to
this
approve
happens all the
medications.
time.
So, yeah.
This happens all the time.
It's antiquated measures that they were using to test these things.
Or not large enough testing group. So, in this case, though, I have to ask you this. Since you want to turn it into something that targets the nasal area directly, could you benefit from freebasing this stuff?
Do you do that through your nose? Maybe snorting it?
Yeah.
I don't know. Let's ask an actual doctor
my God.
and see if we can find out for sure because, as you might guess, our phone line lit up, our hotline. He's got the bat line number right
He's a
in.
P1.
Ladies and gentlemen, from Penn Medicine and Fox 29, Dr. Mike Sirigliano joins us. Hey, Dr. Mike.
Hey, listen, there's a lot to talk about here that has to be very clear. So, phenylephrine, as Kathy calls it, PE, all right, is different than Sudafed or pseudoephedrine. Now, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about phenylephrine, which is in a number of compounds. Here's the thing. It's safe, but it doesn't work when it's taken orally. Now, why is that? Because it gets metabolized so extensively that there's not much of the drug to work. So why have something on the market that doesn't work? But it does work in a nasal spray. But Steve and I are sworn disciples of the sinus lavage.
Yes.
And so, when you have allergies, when you have sinus issues, there are a couple of ways to skin the cat. You can take something like pseudoephedrine, which, as you said very astutely, Preston, it's a vasoconstrictor. It narrows the blood vessels in the vein, decreasing congestion. But what you might want to do is consider reducing the inflammation with nasal steroids, and you can get them over the counter, like Flonase, but you want to get rid of the inciting things like the allergens that are in your nose, so you do nasal lavage. And what Steve and I do, all right, we're in the brotherhood of nasal lavage. What you
Neumann.
do, you put
what do you mean? I'm not in the group?
Denominational, but we use the Neumann sinus.
Hey, Kathy feels left out,
Wait,
Dr.
what do you
Mike.
mean you and Steve? I'm not in the group?
Yeah, me neither.
No,
Listen,
I don't think you do this much.
God, this guy.
do you?
Do you do it every
You're
day?
losing your mind.
Do you do it every day?
I think I think there might be something wrong with your memory. Yes, I have to do it every day.
That's why Mike has a big sign on his door that says "No girls allowed." It's a Z. It's backwards.
Yeah, I have
It's our clubhouse.
Dr. Mike, I have this special mixture that Dr. Palmer made up, and
Dr. Palmer. You're
Jim
cheating on me?
Palmer,
Oh, my wife has a crush on Dr. Palmer. He's the ENT guy. Yeah.
Are you
I didn't
kidding?
know that,
No.
Kathy.
Mike, what's going on here? You're losing the women.
And
Dr.
Casey,
Palmer.
do you do it as well?
I do. Not every day, so I guess I can't be in your club.
So I will tell you this.
You should join my podcast.
I am the Darth Vader to Mike's Obi-Wan Kenobi, Dr. Mike, because I actually do it more than you do, Mike, every day. I do it 4 times a day.
You're going to
Nasal
blow your nasal passage
No.
out.
You're just running water through it.
So the thing is that other than a salt packet, and what they do is they make the distilled water, and by the way, never, ever, ever use tap water or like you hear about these amoebas.
Use toilet water.
Yeah, you don't want to use water from the creek or anything like that.
All right.
Yeah, you don't want to do backwoods.
Write that down.
Yeah,
Don't
coal
use-
miner's daughter, sinus rinse.
Don't use creek water. Got it.
Right, you don't want to do that because you could get an amoeba, and it's not.
Sure.
Yeah, if the guy gives you the water and he's playing a jug at the same time, don't take it.
No creek water.
So what you do is, if you do that, it clears out your sinus. You put the packet of salt in there. It makes it isotonic. That's what the term is. So that it doesn't burn your
Isotonic?
nose.
Mike, I will say this, and this is the absolute truth. Axiomatic, hydromatic, nasal rinse. You prescribed the Neil Med. You suggested it years ago at the camp out. You said it would be the thing that would help keep my voice intact. Ever since then, I have gone through all the campouts with my voice intact. And not only that, because of the rigorous schedule, and I follow this all the time, I don't get colds. I don't get nasal colds anymore. I have not actually had a cold in years. So I can speak to the efficacy of the nasal rinse.
And
I submit to you.
You want to hear this?
Yes.
There's a little bit of data. It's not great data that it actually can reduce the risk of COVID. How do you like those apples?
I've seen that. Yeah.
So what it does is it clears out those nasal passages, keeps it moist. I've been doing it for 12 years now, and it's prevented me from having sinus surgery.
I cannot sing its praises enough. Anytime you can say moist membrane is a win.
All right, we're banging the drum on this thing, but back to the whole thing that we brought up here about the PE. So if they're going to have to rework these medications probably and get the new ones on the shelf. So essentially, these medications aren't bad, but that particular symptom is not, it doesn't go after it as well as you might think as far as congestion goes. But if you if you use the multi-symptoms, like a Dayquil or NyQuil or something like that, the other things it should go after because it has things like acetaminophen in it and so on. So maybe, fever, it can reduce and so on. But it's just the congestion that is the issue for these.
Well, right. And remember, it works topically if you squirt it up your nose. And then secondly, it's not that it's dangerous. It just doesn't work because it gets metabolized in the pill form. But it doesn't have anything to do, Preston, with Sudafed. Sudafedrin is a whole different thing, and that's not what they're talking about.
Yeah, that's the stuff they use to make meth, right?
That is, actually, it is. Yes.
They will stop you.
That's why they have it behind the counter.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
See, I'm not smart enough to. Although I watched Breaking Bad like 3 times. I don't
remember.
know.
Yeah, they need the pseudo, and then pseudo is hard to come by. So then they find the methylamine and
pseudometh.
Right, that's why it's behind the counter, if you will. You have to show your driver's license.
Right,
and
that's when I get the dirty magazines too. They're behind the counter.
Anyway. So, look,
Dr. Mike.
I love Kathy. I'm sorry. I know you now lavage your nose every day, and I find that wonderful.
It's right. Casey and I are already in another club. Don't worry about us.
She's cheating on you with another doctor.
He sent me to Dr. Palmer.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Anyway.
Is it one of those I like to watch
love
things?
you.
We love you.
I
love you. Thank you, Dr. Mike. We'll see you, bud. All right,
Call you later.
People love you.
Dr. Palmer claims to have created this concoction that Dr. Mike, suggests for me. So they might have to battle it out to see who actually was the creator.
If Dr.
of it.
Palmer's Dr. Mike approved, then
Dr. Palmer's the guy that made me pass out the one time. He shoved the camera on my nose. Yeah, and I did that vasovagal pass out thing.
He used a Polaroid.
Yeah, and it went up the nose and then down the throat. And I was watching it, and I was like, "Yeah, this is fascinating."
Nick,
and then completely blacked out.
I also had to have that done, and he's coming at me with the camera, the little stick camera, and I backed up. I go, "Wait, aren't you gonna
take me to dinner?"
No, spray that numbing agent up my nose," and he goes, "No."
Yeah.
And I was like, but I don't. He goes, "You're gonna be fine. Just breathe."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Okay, but I always get that." He's like, "Okay, well, I don't do it." Yeah, pretty much. He was like, "All right, you're fine. I don't do that."
That stuff that tastes horrible.
See, and
that
that's
numbing agent. Ugh.
When he was finished, he said, "Now you don't have the numbing and the nasty taste." Maybe it's because my sinuses are so bad. I never taste it doesn't taste horrible to me.
So don't backtalk me.
All right, let's see what else we got at the Just Saying Institute. We have a few other things. So do you believe in manifesting wealth?
No.
A University of Queensland, Australia study found a link between belief in manifesting and bankruptcy. Researchers found that those who believe in manifesting success were more likely to be drawn to risky investments and to overestimate the odds of their success.
No risk, no reward, right? I mean, that stands to reason. The people who were probably going to encounter bankruptcy are going to take chances that, as you said, might be riskier.
So while positivity can help with resilience, it may lead to downplaying negative but important signs of business fragility, meaning mounting debt, according to the study author. So manifestors may also spend more time visualizing success instead of actually performing actions that could lead to said success. You're wishing for success,
so that's
essentially, as opposed to putting in the work for the success.
That's where I part from that. So I've always been a fan of creative visualization, but have always been willing to put in the work.
You have to.
That's the difference.
Yeah.
You can't just, abracadabra it into existence.
You can do both.
Right.
And it will help out.
The most successful financially person that I knew in my life, I think declared bankruptcy 3 times, maybe 4, and he's a family member, and it was a real source of contention with other family members because he ended up doing really well for himself. He passed away a few years ago, but
what did he make his money in primarily, Nick?
Real estate.
Okay,
but he never he bought and sold a bunch of different companies, and eventually bought and sold half of Los Angeles. But he never would have had his financial success if he hadn't gone bankrupt in the first place.
Boy, that risk stuff, though, you see it all the time on shows like Shark Tank.
Yeah.
I mean, these people take their life savings and
everything.
They put it into a product or a service that they believe is going to be it.
Right.
And it is so cutthroat and so much competition that sometimes you lose, man.
So the source of contention was that when this person would go bankrupt, he would then have to borrow money from other people in order to get back on his feet. And they just got tired of him having to come to them for help, for assistance.
But we put everything into the labia brush.
Yeah.
But eventually it paid off, right?
Eventually it paid off, yeah.
Yeah. Have people ever come to you for investments? Have you guys?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
I've been approached.
Yes.
No.
You know what, Preston, I've decided to do? And it makes me a lot of money. I do a lot of collabing on Instagram.
Okay, very good.
There's this martial art thing that I've heard about. It's really lucrative.
Oh, crab foo. It's amazing. The business model is risky. You need to have one person who's your client who's worth billions of dollars.
Right.
So yeah, I mean, we've been approached, and I always feel bad having to say no.
Yeah.
Because sometimes they're friends, but you're like,
roll on hairspray. I don't think
it's just too risky. You know.
Yeah, I was asked to buy in on something that probably would have made a decent amount of money, but I see it now, and I just couldn't. I don't think I could have worked or felt comfortable working with the person running it. Do you know what I mean? Like, even though I knew it was going to make money, I'm like, we are going to butt heads so much that it wouldn't be worth all the stress.
So I, on the air within this past year, probably within the last 6 months, I had said something that a listener was listening to. And he's like, that's a really good idea. So then he ended up investing in said company.
Did it exist already?
Yeah. But he invested in stocks in this company. Now, this guy had come into money through some sort of insurance thing. Like he was in a car accident. So he's not working. But anyway, so he emails me and he's like, dude, you said this. And it got me thinking. I'm like, yeah. So I went and bought like a crap ton of their stocks. And he said, and I have it in an email, that, like, if it ends up taking off, he's going to hook me up.
Wow.
Yeah. And I'm like, okay, well, that's great.
So that's your investment.
Yeah, so that's my investment. I'm just the idea guy.
So for your kid's college education.
So
it's googly eyes for coffins.
It was like that topical Viagra cream or whatever.
Wow.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
And I was like, why isn't anybody like buying in on the stock of that company right now?
Because you have to sand it in.
Wow. Okay. Interesting.
Wow. Hey, listen. Good luck. So I don't.
Seriously, good luck, guy.
I can't. I will take flights of fancy, but I also have to make sure that I've done my due diligence.
In this study, researchers found that those who scored higher with the manifestation were 40% more likely to have experienced bankruptcy. So be careful.
How well do you think you'd benefit from applying voodoo to the financial world?
I haven't even thought about that. I mean, it can't hurt, right?
Yeah.
Well, maybe the other people, but all right, let me see what else we have here. I've a few things that the scientists and statisticians have been working on at the Just Saying Institute. So, new research from Sweden has uncovered a trait that makes us uniquely human from animals, and that would be a sense of order.
Sense of order.
Yeah, so humans use this skill while planning out our days or even having a conversation.
I don't know about this because I caught my cat in the litter making a Zen garden the other day, Preston.
Those things look delightful.
They're amazing.
With the poop in there, too. Researchers attempted to see if bonobos could learn to remember colorful squares in order. They are great apes and are close relatives to human beings, but they seem unable to perform these orderly tasks.
Well, not great, but pretty good.
This research supports the idea that at some point in human history, we developed the ability to process sequences of information, and that helps separate.
So this is interesting. I think there's nuance to this because I wonder. Our appreciation of order. I've seen though. Chimps tested being able to place things in order, like different shapes and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So, and maybe I'm wrong. In fact, I'm probably wrong. I would bet the farm that I'm wrong. But I've seen what appeared to be chimps replicating a sequence to get a treat, knowing the order of a sequence to get the reward.
Well, this research says that
Maybe this survey is anti-chimp.
they seem unable to perform
Pro bonobo.
these orderly tasks. But they said we as humans developed the ability to process sequences of information, and it helped us learn to plan and create language as well.
Yeah. Okay.
So
that's the only thing holding the chimps back.
that's why there's no real language.
The bonobos?
between animals and bonobos. Yeah. So that's
What do
they
you?
did.
You remember the movie Day of the Dolphin?
I never saw it.
Okay.
I've heard you tell me about it,
Yeah,
but I
it's
never saw it.
Basically, and I think there's, or you talk about the gorilla that was the famous gorilla who was able to sign.
Yeah, Coco.
Coco and Coco. Yeah.
Was the cat?
Yeah.
She murdered the cat. Went all of mice and men on it accidentally, but so. The notion of being able to communicate in that way with a creature, and they
incredible.
posit that that could be conceivably possible with dolphins.
All right, here's another story, or another bit of info, I should say.
Yeah.
From the Just Saying Institute. Have you ever felt that a doctor was ignoring, minimizing, or dismissing the symptoms that you report?
The way Dr. Mike just ignored Dr. Palmer.
If so, you're far from alone. The hashtag medical gaslighting has taken off on TikTok, with 262 million viewers clicking on thousands of posts from patients whose symptoms have been brushed off by the doctors, and sometimes with serious repercussions later on. And a commentary for CNN, Diane O'Leary, a philosopher of medicine, said that most of the firsthand stories come from women, and she says that the medical establishment has so far failed to address the issue. I know we've talked to people who have for years and years have had certain symptoms and have gone from doctor to doctor to doctor, and they never have been able to figure it out.
How much of the bizarre file is, how many times do you encounter a story of someone says, I have this pain or I have this thing? It's nothing, it's nothing, it's nothing. And they find half an operating table up their ass that the doctor's left in there.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's it does happen.
Well, when I was having food allergy issues, if one more doctor said to me, it's
stress.
It's acid reflux. Have you tried acid reflux medicine?
Yeah.
I was like, I'm going to blow up this office. Like,
Oh my God.
I'm literally coming here. The first words out of my mouth were, it's not acid reflux.
Yeah.
And then you had to break down literally everything you ever eat and then figure it out by building it back up.
Yeah. But I mean, going into each doctor, and they're like, I think it's acid reflux. I know you say it's not, but sometimes that can be really severe. I'm like,
That must
oh
have,
my
you must have
God.
gone, it's not acid
It's
reflux.
not-
Well,
that's what I was
on the
doing.
plus side, Miss Rano, the best vagina I've ever seen.
Oh my God.
My sister-in-law had this deep-seated fear that one of her children would end up with leukemia, and my nephew Luke ended up going to the emergency room. The ER oncologist said it was not leukemia, and she didn't believe him. And so she took my nephew to a pediatric oncologist, and that guy said, actually, it is leukemia. So if not for her persistence in finding it out, she probably, in the long run, saved his life.
So Dr. Mike always says this, you get involved, take ownership of your condition, do your research. If you don't like what you're hearing, go to someone else, because a lot of times they'll just brush you right on through. And this happens a lot with the elderly.
And here's a tethered story to this. There was a kid with a rare condition and was diagnosed correctly with ChatGPT after visiting doctors for 3 years.
I didn't know you could catch that.
Alex was 4 when his strange symptoms started, which included chronic pain, headaches, and dragging his left foot. And after consulting 17 doctors, Alex's mother, Courtney, put her son's symptoms into ChatGPT and received an answer. It was something called tethered cord syndrome.
Which is?
Doctors later confirmed the condition. It impacts less than 1% of U.S. births annually. He is now recovering well after surgery on his spinal cord.
Is
So it
this
has
like-
something to do with your spinal cord.
It's like Akinator the genie for medical stuff.
Right?
Yeah.
I remember Akinator.
Yeah.
So according to Courtney, they said there's nobody that connects the dots for you. You have to be your kid's advocate.
So when
That's
people talked
interesting.
about ChatGPT, they've talked about the potential benefit of what you're describing right here in diagnosing things, because it can pull on a wealth of information.
Yeah. So I thought that was kind of interesting. All right, one last story, and then we got a break because we're going live on Fox Good Day this morning. Let's see. It's all medical
We
stuff.
don't really have-
we don't have time?
No,
all right,
we
never
don't.
mind.
Come
That's
on,
it.
man. That's it.
We got to make
Santa's got to go.
We got to stay on time. Last week, we totally forgot.
Santa's got to go.
And we messed it up, and we missed out on the
I need you to stop talking.
the Fox 29. So we're going to
I
stop.
need you to stop talking
We're going to
listen to me.
All right,
I get off.
Okay, thank you, Bill. We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Not only are we going live on Fox Good Day and have the bizarre file, but on top of that, we have an announcement about a really cool thing that you can benefit from, and that is courtesy of MMR. We'll be back and the Back to School A to Z too. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3.
This is experts from the Council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen. That's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However,
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay.
Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Mop Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookles
or a snorkel, but a snorkel.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snookling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Good
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Surfing USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
And the snookle.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookle USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snookle at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good
treatment or
questions.
whatever,
Yeah, because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what you brought.
They provided.
They
the substance?
provided it
Do you
for you,
remember
yeah.
what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat of
It was
stuff.
called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snorkel, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snorkel
Right, a
is?
snorkel is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have snuba.
Snuba.
Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently,
Yeah.
snorkel is legit as well.
Are you kidding
it?
me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snorkel. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snorkel offers shallow dives.
Approximately 10 to 40 feet without cumbersome tanks and no diving certification necessary. That looks like snuba.
It does.
So what
A hose,
what
right?
they do is, well, yeah, they have a floating tank that stays above the water, and you basically take the regulator down, and it's a long tube, a long hose that you can breathe in. We're getting ready to get recertified to go into a refresher course for scuba to get set for our vacation. So I'm looking forward to it. But I'll ask about snorkel.
Yeah.
Zombie raccoons That's my thing.
Yes.
That clumsily walk on two legs and show their teeth are staggering around suburban Chicago, and authorities are warning locals to hide their pets. A spike in raccoons testing positive for distemper in Riverside, Illinois, is to blame for the bizarre sightings of contaminated animals that the disease causes to appear zombie-like. While zombie raccoons don't eat brains, distemper is highly contagious. If you're feeding wildlife and that raccoon ate out of your bowl or cat food for your stray cats and your puppy goes over, the saliva can be contagious.
They sent in a Negan raccoon to take care of everything.
Well, oh, well, oh, well. Looks like we got ourselves a problem in Chi-Town. Leaning back high. Looks like we got some trouble. Some trouble in Chi-Town. Going deep dish on this bitch.
It's got a little leather jacket he wears. Yeah.
Leaning back way far. Ooh, hey. In the home of Oprah.
There was an email that was sent out that we were going to have our studios checked because there may have been bed bugs brought into the area. And we've had everything checked out. They actually just brought a dog in to sniff. Yeah, I think it was Jack Russell is what it looked like.
Josie was her name.
Josie is the dog. And there's no bed bugs.
Well, no, that's not true. There were on a chair.
Was there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Or yeah, it was certainly like a warm zone or something.
A warm
like that
zone.
They call those.
That's
So
what I call my
not-
chairs at home. Yeah, my warm zone.
I think what everybody was worried about was an infestation, which I guess is not the case if it was just on the chair. I don't know.
Just on the chair. The rest of the place is apparently clean. Josie scoured our studio and nothing.
And I'm never coming back again.
You would have thought there was a radiation leak here.
Yeah. So I never told my wife that there was a bed bug.
She wouldn't have let you go to work.
No.
That was the first thing I told my wife, and I started laughing.
Yeah.
Because, listen, I'm surprised that's all we have. They're ripping the entire building apart, walls that haven't been opened up in years.
Yeah.
I imagine at night there must be a big vermin hoedown when we leave. Because you walk around, there's these caverns. Like a wall will disappear.
Yeah.
There's a big opening now.
Yeah.
You walk down one hall, it's 11 degrees, and then the next hall, it's 1,400 degrees. It's a whole new environment. It's like you're on some spaceship that's just, morphing all the time, and that's what this is here.
Well, I'm just glad that they alerted us to it.
Yeah.
Because during some of the construction, apparently they were removing asbestos, and nobody ever told us.
Well, that's when that wall went up down at the end of the hallway.
Yeah.
Because, and I almost walked into that wall. That's how quickly it went up. I started to turn down to go down to what I thought was Chuck's office down the hall that used to exist.
Like Looney Tunes.
And there was a wall.
So my wife will, when we go check into a hotel, it's always the same situation. We open the door, we shut the door, we leave our bags right at the door while she goes and strips all the beds and looks through all the furniture for bed bugs. She's like definitely
She's fanatical.
So before you guys even enter the room,
we have to leave our bags at the door. There's an inspection.
I really wanted to come in a hazmat suit or some sort of bubble, but I couldn't find anything.
That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
I'm going through our text chain, and I'm like, hey, by the way, this is going on. I'm not going to tell my wife. And then Kathy immediately goes from 0 to freaking out.
Oh, yeah.
Get the F out of here. I'm not coming into work tomorrow. Who the F has bed bugs? Holy F, no, like 1,000 exclamation points. And then she says, do you know how hard it is to get rid of bed bugs? What's the company going to do about it? And when? And then Preston sends a GIF, of like a bed bug jug band.
Yeah, playing music. And then Kathy fires back, that's not funny.
It's not funny.
I think I said F you to anybody who's not taking this seriously.
And then I think Nick said, read Joe's email. And then Kathy says, F the email, F the bed bugs, and F whoever doesn't think this is a big deal. Where are we going to do our show tomorrow? Clearly, we can't go to the station, and we need an on-site location.
My house is
She was
clean.
ready.
My house is clean.
Yeah. You're ready to set up shop somewhere else. to do a live
100%.
broadcast.
If you guys would have said, yeah, we have to do the show somewhere else, I would offer it up my house.
Oh, really? Oh, my God.
So it was one bug down the hall, right?
Yes!
Okay, I'm just asking.
Could you see Casey coming home? Diane wants to check him, so she takes out the blue light. Doesn't find any bed bugs. Just semen
Bathed in
stains.
semen, yeah.
All over my face.
We're good.
The woman was saying that they have dogs that can do all sorts of that check for bugs that actually will.
Wait a minute. I thought you meant that bed bugs use dogs to travel around. A minute or so, so let's take a look at traffic. And then we'll do Fox 29. Kathy, what's going on this morning?
Coney Palmyra Bridge. We've got a drawbridge opening. Traffic stopped. We also have an accident, 309 southbound. Stopped between North Wales Road and 202 because of the accident. Schuylkill eastbound is slowing from 202 into Gulf Mills, the Boulevard to Spring Garden, and then South Street to University. Westbound side, Bear Avenue to South Street, the Boulevard to Belmont. Blue Road out to Gulf Mills. 95 southbound heavy, Woodhaven to Cotman. The Vine westbound slowing 95 to Broad Street. The Ben Franklin Parkway to the Schuylkill, and then eastbound from the Schuylkill to Broad. In New Jersey, 55 northbound heavy Deptford to 42. 42 north heavy from 295 to 676. This traffic report brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Shop fresh fruit at Whole Foods Market. Get organic Honeycrisp apples for $3.29 per pound with Prime through September 19th while supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. I don't know when we're going on with these guys, so I'm just going to leave this turned up, and if we hear music, then we'll go on with them. Because Casey was talking to us. There it is. And there it is. That's how you do that.
Yeah, man.
We're going to go live on Fox 29 as soon as they throw it to us here in a second.
It's that time of week when we talk to Preston and Steve over at the Preston and Steve Show. Hi, guys.
Hey.
Hi, guys.
I know that we do fun shows here at Good Day Philadelphia, and your show is fantastic to listen to.
Thanks, man.
I look forward to getting the flu or COVID so I can lay in bed.
It's the sweetest thing you've ever said.
But when there's a story as big as this 2-week manhunt, undoubtedly some of your viewers have called in to voice concern or whatever. Press, how's it been going?
Oh, you know what? We've not bad. We haven't had too many people concerned about what's going on. They've called, and we talked about a few things. And,
inconvenience.
And people have chimed in about it, and more curiosity than anything. But it's been, it's crazy that this is still going on at this point. So we've been staying on top of it a little bit. Not to the extent you guys are, of course.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So I don't know if we created a show and crafted a show thinking of your crew over there at the radio station.
Yeah, we're very excited about this.
You don't get to see us.
Yeah.
You don't get to see us because you're on the air. Well, we decided to go into a 7th hour of the show from 10 to 11, just so you two and all your friends over there can watch Good Day Philadelphia. I hope you appreciate it.
Oh.
So this is very cool because in broadcasting, everyone knows it's the 7th hour that counts.
Yes.
And that's really what you want. No, but I mean, so this is, but what we understand is this is sort of a behind the scenes, which is kind of cool because when people come and watch us do the show, or they come into the studio and they see what's going on behind the scenes, they're always like, oh, I didn't realize all that goes on. And that's what you guys are doing, correct?
Yeah, and when they come into the studio there, what are they most surprised by?
How attractive we are in person. It's always.
It's hard to tell on the radio, but once you get in here, you just can't ignore it. No, but people are they're surprised at the amount of activity that goes on when the songs are playing or the commercials are playing or so on, and that we are indeed preparing for the next segment, and that we do have work to do outside of turning on the microphone and talking. So they're always surprised at that, and everyone is always amazed at Kathy's traffic more than anything.
Yes,
they are blown away at how she does the traffic. Yes.
Yeah. We get that same thing too. I think at home, especially for radio people, is that you guys just show up and turn on the microphones and you just start talking.
No.
There's a lot of prep time the day
and work and
before.
Meetings and discussions.
And that's part of the process. That's fun. That is of knowing where you're going to go, and to be. You guys have this nailed as well. To be relaxed on the air, that requires a lot of pre-production and planning.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. It's our job to make it look easy and fun.
Exactly.
And that means you're good at it.
There is a roadmap. I mean, we're going down a road, but we drive off and bounce off the curbs a lot on our show, as you guys do. But you got to have a plan in place, and that's what this after show is kind of like. We show you
us driving off the road and bouncing.
Well,
I'm always blown away when I first went into television studios and saw what you guys do. I had no idea about the things that I take for granted, like the graphics that pop up on the screen, the music, the sound cues, the communication that's taking place while the segment's going on in preparation for the next segment. It's a big operation, and to watch it, to me personally, I find fascinating.
Well, when people come to visit, they want to see what the studio looks like. That's it. But once we send them to the control room where it's a 3-ring circle,
Yeah.
people can't believe all the things you got to do to get something on the air.
We're also stunned to see how many of you guys wear girdles. We had no idea.
That's true.
Nothing to be embarrassed about.
It's nothing. We do as well, and we're not even, we don't allow the video. But no, it is a fascinating thing, and it's fascinating to see the process of selecting story ideas and what's motivating you for the next day, and that you have to leave room available for developing stories. It's a juggling act.
And it's fun. It's intense. We have great producers and tech.
And you'll get
technical
to see
people.
them and get to see how they do their thing. So it's a fun time.
I'm
Very
looking forward
nice.
to it.
See you next week.
All right.
That's
See you
it.
guys. Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye, Fox 29, our friends Mike and Alex. By the way, that entire time, I had a piece of apple stuck in my tooth. And I
didn't know. Did you get it?
I was doing this the whole time. No, it's still
what?
there.
That made you look sort of cool.
Going like this way.
Yeah.
Unless you want to talk about TV, boy?
Casey.
What,
Thank you.
What you want to talk about, TV, boy?
What's that?
Okay.
I had a everything bagel the other day for lunch, and when Andrea got home from work, she looks at me and she goes, "What did you have for lunch today, Nick?"
Oh, no. All in your teeth.
All in poppy seeds and whatever the hell. And
Dude,
you just go through the entire rest of your day not knowing, and then I felt like a total jackass.
Do me a favor and just sit down because I'm going to tell you something's going to rock your world here.
Okay.
Everything bagel hummus.
Oh, yeah.
I
Got
got
it. Yep.
I've had it. I mean, can you believe that?
No.
It's so goddamn good. I just had it for the first time over the weekend.
All right. I want
Everything,
it right now.
everything bagel hummus.
Okay.
Ask about it. Before you do your nasal rinse,
Uh-huh.
do the everything bagel hummus.
I'm in.
It's a thing of beauty.
Sensational.
Yeah.
And then floss.
And then floss. Right.
After that. All right, Bizarre File, here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you this morning by Lehigh Valley Restaurant Group. Don't miss Red Robin's $10 Tavern Bundle, which includes your choice of any tavern double burger, plus bottomless fries and beverage. Dine in only and available. Dine in only and available only at participating Lehigh Valley Restaurant Group's locations. Gotta have a double burger. All right, we'll start with this. A rhino at a zoo in Austria actually attacked a married couple working as zookeepers Tuesday, killing the woman and seriously injuring the man. The fatal attack happened at the Hellbrunn Zoo in the western Austrian city of Salzburg.
Rhinos are not usually aggressive.
Zoo director Sabine Grebner said that the 33-year-old woman, a German citizen from Bavaria, was assigned that day to put an insect deterrent on the rhino. It was then that the 30-year-old female rhino, Jetty, attacked the keeper, though it was not clear why.
Man.
Salzburg police said that the woman succumbed to her injuries at the scene of an accident, and the other zookeeper, a 34-year-old Austrian citizen who was also attacked and injured when he tried to chase the rhino away from his wife. The woman suffered severe chest trauma because of the attack and died in the enclosure while her husband had fractured his leg and was taken to the hospital.
You never hear about that.
The zoo director said the fatally injured keeper was known to be very careful and thoughtful with the animals, and she had an extremely good sense with dealing with them. So that's terrible. The zoo is going to remain closed until they figure out what exactly happened. I got some death and destruction here for you. A 55-year-old Virginia man died in the Grand Canyon while trying to hike from the South Rim to the North Rim in a single day.
Oh, man.
It's a distance of about 21 miles.
And my cousin did it this summer, but he did it in 3 days.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Grand Canyon National Park officials identified the hiker who died Saturday as Ranjith Varma of Manassas.
Did I read correctly that he was attacked by a rhino?
You did not read correctly.
Wow.
The location where he passed away is toward the end of the South Rim to the North Rim trek. It can take 12 to 15 hours to complete. Saturday, the Grand Canyon Regional Communications Center reported receiving an emergency call of a hiker in distress. Varma became unresponsive, and bystanders and rangers both unsuccessfully tried to resuscitate him.
So he's pushing it too hard?
We don't know. It wasn't immediately clear if his death was heat-related. An investigation was being conducted by the Park Service and medical examiner. So the high temperature on Saturday was 87 degrees, so it wasn't outlandish.
No.
It's warm, certainly. Earlier this year, a 36-year-old Indiana woman died while trying to hike the Colorado River back in a day. She was found unconscious along the Bright Angel Trail. And on July 3rd, a 57-year-old woman died while on an 8-mile hike in triple-digit heat at Grand Canyon
I was there
National
then.
Park. Really, around that time.
On July 3rd, I was in the Grand Canyon.
So,
yeah.
Casey, when you were there in the park, are there like helicopters that occasionally fly over? Are they? Do they?
Yeah, but not until you
only
get
a
towards
certain
the
area,
end.
right?
Yeah. Like when I was in the beginning, no. I mean, but like at the end of the trip,
I just wonder how often they sort of check just to see if anyone might be in.
Oh,
duress.
not like that. No. If it's a helicopter, it's there's tourists.
It's a tour, yeah.
Yeah. And even so, when we were in Hawaii, we're on Kauai, and they have the Waimea Canyon there, which is their Grand Canyon. It's huge.
Yeah.
Seeing helicopters fly in and around that canyon, they look minuscule.
Yeah.
It's so vast.
Right.
It's so big, that somebody could be out there and so hard to spot. So here's another climbing story. A climber who plunged nearly 2,000 feet down the side of one of New Zealand's most dangerous mountains was exceptionally lucky to survive after landing on snow. The man was part of a group of climbers approaching the snow-capped summit of Mount Taranaki on New Zealand's North Island when he lost his footing and slipped. According to police, they said, having watched their fellow climber slide down the mountain and out of view, another member of the group climbed down and tried to locate him. The unidentified climber had sustained minor injuries during his fall. Minor injuries.
Minor, 2,000 feet.
The climber lost his ice axe and crampons during the fall. Nick, when you had your fall, how far down did you fall?
Oh, only like 45, 50 feet.
Yeah, and
like
you
that.
got hurt pretty damn bad.
Yeah, I don't remember any of it.
This
So
guy fell
2,000 feet. They had to pull a dingo out of his ass.
They said thanks to recent spring weather, the ice had softened and the snow caught the climber's fall. He is exceptionally lucky to be alive.
Let me ask you, and this is probably establishes what an imbecile I am. I had not thought of this area at all as having snow-capped mountains or a ski scene or anything.
New Zealand?
No, I just didn't.
Yeah,
Well,
New Zealand has tons of different
Think
climates.
about Lord of the Rings, Steve.
Yeah.
All the mountain scenes that are there.
I didn't realize all that was shot in New Zealand.
Yeah.
But Australia, we found out does have has snow as well as skiing. The climber slipped in the same area where two other mountaineers fell to their deaths in 2021. All right, listen to this. Approximately 11,000 runners in the Mexico City Marathon were disqualified for cheating.
Oh my God.
11,000 runners?
Yeah. Organizers of the August 27th race launched an investigation after receiving complaints that runners had used cars, bikes, and public transportation
Well, that would be cheating.
to cut sections of the course.
Was it Rosie Ruiz that actually hopped on a subway or something like that? Remember in the Boston Marathon, she cheated?
The 11,000 disqualified runners make up more than a third of the total 30,000 participants.
Oh, my God.
The runners were disqualified after missing checkpoints that were placed every 5 kilometers along the 42.195 kilometer course.
In their defense, do they specifically say you can't use mass transit?
The Mexico City Marathon holds World Athletics Gold Label status, which is awarded to events that uphold the strictest standards for planning, organization, and delivery. But 11,000 people were busted for cheating in that
What's
one.
the point?
Yeah.
Well, because you get there quicker.
Oh, man, I didn't think of that.
How you win.
That's the whole idea.
All right. And then finally, a vandal was caught on video smashing a driverless cruise car with a hammer in San Francisco.
Goddamn robots!
The person in the video attacked a cruise car on Sunday.
I want to talk to you, R2D2.
Video shows the vandal slamming a hammer into the autonomous vehicle's windshield and high-tech camera equipment dozens of times. This gives Tony Bennett more to sing about, Steve.
Absolutely, yeah.
Officers spoke with a witness who said that they heard a scream and looked out their window to see the suspect standing in front of the autonomous vehicle.
I just want to say, be kind to the robots. They don't generate poop.
The suspect then began vandalizing the vehicle.
Is the actual... So I've seen these things. So they're autonomous driving vehicles. Is there literally something in the driver's seat that is like a Johnny Cab from the Total Recall?
I don't think so. If there is, I haven't seen that.
Yeah.
But maybe. The vandal fled from the scene before police.
I'll try to avoid the poop, sir.
Police officers arrived, and the person's identity and motive remained
Welcome to San Francisco. Our entire city is awash in fecal matter.
It remained a mystery on Monday, and no arrests have been made. Autonomous vehicles owned by companies Cruise and Waymo have faced intrigue, skepticism, and anger from San Francisco drivers.
So are we to assume that a lot of the people who do the actual taxi cab driving and Lyft services,
maybe they're the angry ones?
Maybe they're the angry ones?
Yeah, possibly. Well, I'm not sure what those autonomous cars are for. I don't think they pick up people and give rides.
That's what I thought they did.
Oh, maybe they do.
Yeah.
I thought they were doing like deliveries and stuff, but you know what, dude?
Hell, I don't know.
I haven't really
got a
looked into
whole poop problem going on there.
Tony Bennett knows, but
That's right, man.
Yeah. All right.
I'm up in heaven, but I'm still thinking about you.
That's the end of the bizarre file. I have two things that I would like to do here. I would first like to make an announcement. All right.
I am nervous.
This is for you, dear friends. Don't be nervous. Don't be scared. Don't
I am scared.
Don't be scared. WMMR and the Preston and Steve Show are happy to bring to you an opportunity to win through a contest we are calling Crumb Bum Cash. That's right, you crumb bum. We have your chance. We have your chance to win $1,000 5 times a day. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, beginning this Monday, listen at these times to try to win. We have 8 a.m., 10 a.m., noon, 3 p.m., and 5 p.m.
You're a real crumb bum.
That's
You're
right.
a real crumb bum.
That's right, buddy.
You're a real crumb bum. You're a real crumb bum.
All right, each time we will announce a keyword.
You're a real crumb bum.
And you have until 15 minutes after the hour to enter it, and there are 3 ways for you to do that. I think you know this contest by now.
You're a real crumb bum.
You can do it on the contest page at WMMR.com, or you can visit the MMR app. Use the MMR app on your mobile device or text it to the special contest short code, which is 45911. Now, we won't start it until Monday, but it is sponsored by Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. If you would like the contest rules, you can go to WMMR.com. Our winner gets $1,000, and we do that 5 times a day, Monday through Friday.
You know what I love about this? You may be having a day where you sort of feel like a crumb bum, where not everything is going right, but you participate in the contest, get $1,000. That would turn you around,
Get
right?
away from me, you crumb. You're a real crumb bum.
I'll take us outside. It's the A to Z weekend.
Yeah.
Get away from me.
Get away from me. I just heard a yellow.
We have $1,000, and it returns on Monday, so we're looking forward to it. Crumb Bum Cash, that's what we're calling it.
You're a crumb creep, lush coward.
It's dueling Rizzos.
Yeah.
All right.
Crumb bum.
All right. So that begins on Monday. We'll remind you just to get you in place and set and have the opportunity to win. There's something else I would like to mention.
Oh, boy.
No, this is a friend of ours. It's unfortunate news, but there's an event coming up to help him out. A very good friend of our program by the name of John Dorenzi.
We love John.
Is having some health issues. And you may not know John, but you have certainly been impacted by him if you have been to our events. He was a long time. He's been our beer guy, man.
Yeah. He helps. He was the one for many years who would help us realize our plans and parties and all that stuff.
Yep.
He was essential to years of that.
All these events that we've done over the years that needed financial backing,
Yes.
or we needed special prizes or anything like that, John is a guy who always goes, yeah, we'll do it, no problem. And so for years and years and years, I mean, 15 years or more probably, John has been a big part of this program, but behind the scenes, and you guys wouldn't know about it. He's got 4 kids. He needs a kidney.
Mm-hmm.
He needs a kidney transplant. So he needs a donor. He needs to find someone who can be a match to get a new kidney for him. And we want to announce an event that is coming up for John. And by the way, this stuff is posted. We have it on PrestonandSteve.com. And you can go there and find out information about John, and maybe if you might be a match, if you're interested in finding out if you're a match, or if you know someone who is looking to be a donor, you can do this. So to be a kidney donor, you don't have to be a relative. Unrelated donors are matched up with recipients every day. Testing can be done anonymously, and John's insurance covers the cost. So you can contact, I'll give you a number. It's Jean Barrett at 215-955-6486 for more information. But there's an event coming up on November 18th. It's a ways off, but put it in your calendar now. It's going to be at Chickies and Pete's in South Philly. And this is to help raise awareness and bring friends and family together and talk about kidney donation. Hopefully, help John find a living donor.
Yeah, and God willing, he finds one before then. But this is, everyone coming together to try to facilitate whatever we can for him.
Because from what I understand, if you are a living donor, you can designate who you want to donate to, right?
Otherwise,
Otherwise, you have to get put on a wait list.
He's on an 8-year wait list right now.
8-year wait list. He doesn't have 8 years to get a kidney. So
And he's got a relatively rare blood type. And Preston, you mentioned, all the events that John's helped out with over the years, and you're 100% right. But anytime we ever needed anything personally or charity related or whatever, John would step up for those too. And he wouldn't bat an eye. You'd say, hey, could you maybe help out with? Yes. What do you need? When do you need it? And every single time, John is just one of those best people on the planet. We love him dearly.
I loved, Nick, a great memory of spring training. I'm wandering around. Who comes up to me? But it's John Dorenzi with his family.
Yeah.
And the guy is just so connected to so many of the great memories we have collectively over the years. So
most recently, food trucks and fireworks.
Oh, my God,
just wandering around there, the parking lot of Xfinity Live, and seeing John's joy at all those food trucks being down there. A lot of that stuff wouldn't happen without his help.
Yeah, so if you've been to our events and you've enjoyed it, and most likely John has helped influence that event or helped out with that event and helped out in your good time. So if you're a person who's ever considered being a living donor, we'd like you to consider John as a recipient.
I watched the process one time when I was at Penn, and I was on the same floor where they were doing this, and someone was donating a kidney, and they came out, they cheered this person on. It was one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. So if you think you have it or have the capability to do that, I can tell you it's going to be an amazing experience.
Yep. So that event is coming up, Chickies and Pete's in South Philly, and it's November 18th. Tickets in advance, by the way, so you can go to our website at PrestonandSteve.com and get info, and we want to help out John, and hopefully you can. We're going to take a break. We'll be back in just a moment. Hang out. We have more of the Back to School A to Z. Stay with us. I thought you meant as piggybacking.
You've never seen the Bedbug Iditarod?
No.
It's good. Yeah.
It must be majestic.
It's compelling.
Good dog, good dog. Good dog. I love being out here in the open range.
Let's see here. As Godzilla versus Kong, starring Millie Bobby Brown, performed much better than expected given the circumstances of COVID and so on, and the original movie King of the Monsters' lackluster box office performance. A threequel is expected with Adam Wingard set to direct again.
So he directed the most recent one,
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
So according to the Hollywood Reporter, the concept being floated is Son of Kong. Godzilla vs. Kong has crossed $400 million globally and is the top-grossing Hollywood-produced movie since the pandemic hit.
They're going to have to correct something now in both these, Son of Kong and Son of Godzilla. You gotta have a female Godzilla. Something. Mm-hmm. Who's he banging?
Yeah.
Where does this? Not unless they're asexual. They reproduce that way. I mean, there's only
it's Son of Kong,
right? But there's also Son of Godzilla.
Oh, is there Son of Godzilla?
Yes, I'm sure that's in the works as well.
So maybe he could reproduce asexually. I don't know. We don't know much about Godzilla. He's kind of a mystery, but definitely not Kong.
Well, Godzilla could. No, he's more. He's a simian.
He's a mammal.
Why do we assume that Kong is a man? Wouldn't we
know it? He's all man.
Well, I don't know.
Wouldn't he be Queen Kong?
Yeah, he'd be Queen Kong.
Okay, fair point. But I didn't see any low-hanging fruit, so to speak.
Yeah.
Yeah, they left that out. In fact, can you on apes, or do they? I've never.
Is there junk external?
That's a good question.
Apparently, it's pretty small. I remember. We talked one point about animal genitalia.
Yeah, but even on Kong, it would be big enough.
You're right.
But it'd be the size of
proportionally
a VW, you know.
Yeah,
it'd be the size of me.
Be as tall as Steve.
I want to see King Dong. I want to see it.
There actually was a movie called King Dong.
Of course, there was.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it's a rom-com. Like he's romancing this lady, and that's about how they have the baby together.
Oh, the next Kong
the
movie?
next one, yeah.
4 weddings and a King Kong.
That could be something like that. We'll have to see. An inspiring story.
The giant ape walked into her life.
All right. So anyhow, we will see if that comes to pass or not. But
and how big his junk is, and whether there's a Mrs. Kong.
Son of Kong. We'll have to see.
What a goddamn day today. Sit down. I'll make you some dinner. I'm fighting these things that are apparently prehistoric, and yet I've never seen them, and I'm on an island. You'd think I would run across. I don't even know why they evolved that way. They're like snake things with. Just give me a beer.
Yeah, just think about it tomorrow. Just,
you want to do a little grab ass?
Yeah. Khloe Kardashian.
Let's take this upstairs.
Kong! What are you doing?
Just a little finger stuff.
Oh my God.
There's no little finger stuff in here.
Oh, it's bigger than my penis.
No, it's perfect.
A lot of gorillas are like that.
It's okay, baby. It happens. No, not to me. It's those dumb lizard things that I met today.
You can't stop thinking about it.
I'm just distracted.
Forget about the lizard things. Come upstairs.
Let's have some oysters.
Okay. Should I move on to Khloe Kardashian now? Okay, thank you.
Same size.
I have the floor now.
Maybe that. There you go. King Kong marries Khloe Kardashian.
Today, it was, I guess, 25 years ago today or recently within the last week or so?
I think it's today. It's a magical day, or at least a magical time. You can sort of feel it in the air.
Yeah, you even look outside and the trees are swaying, I think, in honor of the fact that it is the 25th anniversary of the movie Twister.
Yeah. A legendary film.
Oh, my God.
Legendary, horrible film.
I remember looking forward to going and see. I took my mom. She was visiting in town, and I took her to go see the movie. And the big hook were the effects.
That's it.
At the time, the effects were kind of groundbreaking. The CGI depicting these tornadoes.
And they were amazing for the time. They did a great job.
Yeah. It was such a stupid movie.
The whole concept.
It was just piss poor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The rival storm chasers.
yeah.
There's the corporate storm chasers and the more grassroots in it for the love of the storm. The whole background story on Linda Hunt's character, Helen Hunt's Joe Harding.
Not Linda.
Yeah.
Very, very different.
Yeah. So the Helen Hunt's story about her dad being sucked away in a twister while they were in the storm cellar, and she's always had this love-hate relationship with the storms. But it's horrible. But again, at that time, the effects-wise, you'd never seen anything like that.
No, effects-wise. So here's my vivid memory of this movie. Because if it was 25 years ago today, I was just getting done my junior year of college. I was a lifeguard, and I was at my boss, the guy who owned the company. I was at his house getting all the supplies ready to clean out pools. We did apartment pools. And he talked like this, like his voice was like this, right? And so it's me and my little brother, and we're power washing all this stuff in his driveway. And he goes, I saw Twister last night, and those tornadoes were real. And he said that. Those tornadoes were real. He must have said that like a half a dozen times. My little brother, it was me and him, my younger brother, sorry. It was me and him. And so we will, I mean, even 25 years later, if the word tornado comes up in conversation, he and I will say, those tornadoes were real.
What was that guy's name?
I don't want to say his name.
What's his first name?
What was his first name? Last name?
You just know his last name?
Joe.
Okay.
Let's go with Joe.
Hey, Joe, how were those tornadoes?
Those tornadoes were real.
I love that story so much.
Was he suggesting that they had incorporated? What was his point? Was that they were not created for the movie, that they were corralling tornadoes and using them in the film?
I think what he meant to say was those tornadoes looked real.
Okay.
But he said that they were real, and he had like a real affinity towards just weather. He loved weather.
He was a weather guy.
Yeah, he loved weather.
It was like Philip Seymour Hoffman in the movie.
Well, I mean, listen, he owned a pool supply and lifeguarding company, so weather was
what
definitely.
I really love is weather.
Yeah. Weather's important to that line of work. Absolutely.
Yeah. Those tornadoes are real.
Oh my God!
I wonder if my
That's
brother's
great.
texting me.
It's almost kind of Don Nazi.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
And I tell you,
Wait, I just said Don Nazi.
Very different.
Don Nazi.
Citizens of Mayberry, I find nice and gloomy.
Oh my God, I didn't even mean to do that. Wow. Okay.
In here, I have something for him to do. We got to talk about this Jewish thing.
All right. But you guys would be surprised how many people are texting in on how this is their favorite movie.
Yeah.
Or that it's their
I don't even get why
the
we're
best
talking
movie.
about it.
it's the 25th anniversary.
We're talking about it
Tornadoes were real.
Who cares?
I mean, come on, Cap.
It was
real.
By the way, when Casey says that, he puts his hands by his sides.
Yeah.
I'm trying to like he pushes them into his sticks his elbows out and goes, "It was real."
Those tornadoes were real.
Primal Fear. Ed Norton has them as a very diabolical character, right? I remember he's completely psychopathic.
A good twist. In
It's a
that movie,
twist.
too.
Yeah.
It's a twister.
It was
Those tornadoes were real.
Dude. I can't believe we just met this guy.
I
just
can't
now.
believe I never took.
You've never brought it
I
up.
love that.
Dude, that guy, man. He lived in this beautiful, huge home. I'm like, how the hell, like looking back on it, I'm like, how the hell did you just own a pool company? You know what I mean? Anyway.
There you go. Yeah.
All right, well, good on
And he
him.
My family money is real.
I want to get movie reviews from that guy.
Yes.
Other movies.
Other movies from Joe.
Yeah.
I love it. After grieving her husband Prince Philip's death, Queen Elizabeth is back to her royal duties. On Tuesday, she made her first official appearance following Philip's funeral. And she was seen... Oh, grinning. I thought it said grinding.
I thought it said gurning.
She's gurning.
Now, what's this? I'm sucking my chin into my mouth.
Wait, do we have the bell? It's the gurning.
Her Royal Majesty will now suck her chin into her mouth as part of the royal gurning. Her Royal Majesty will contort her face by sucking her chin up into her mouth.
If you're not familiar with gurning, it's when people like take their false teeth out and suck their lips into their mouth.
If you know what bitter beer face is.
Yeah, that's gurning. So she was seen gurning during two virtual audiences with Windsor Castle. So yeah,
Prince Charles will gurn simply by standing there.
No, it was grinning is the word I read incorrectly. So.
By the way, this very bell came from England.
No.
Really?
Yes, it did. I ordered it on Amazon, and it came, and there was the parcel information said from England. So maybe it's the one the Queen uses.
It might be.
Where's my goddamn bell?
the gurning.
I sold it on Amazon.
There we go. We had mentioned this earlier this morning, but it's definitely worth bringing up. The restaurant named Cadence, which is a BYOB on Girard Avenue, was named the best new restaurant by Food and Wine.
This is that's a super well respected journal in the world of the culinary happenings.
Yeah.
And so this is a big honor.
But in the order, you have Cadence is number one in Austin, Texas. Suerte. Frenchette in New York, Conby in Los Angeles, Kumiko in Chicago. These are all one-word names.
Manny's Chili Dogs.
Ah, that's on there. No, Pat's Chili Dogs.
Pat's Chili Dogs.
Yes.
Definitely the best theme.
Yeah.
Voted number one in Food and Wine magazine. Yeah, baby.
That was from the band Cinderella when they were big in the area. They did
Hi,
a.
we're Warren. When we're in town, we want some good chili dogs. We always read through Food and Wine magazine and see who won.
They did a commercial for Pat's Dogs.
That building is now a We Buy Gold.
Oh, is it really?
We Buy Gold.
Gold for sale. No more chili dogs. I'm not going west. Next step, selling blood.
Yeah. So number 6 on this list is Ada, which is Ada Indian Canteen.
Ooh, I love canteens. When you go in that, you need water.
Fox and the Knife in Boston.
Boston sucks.
Hey, we beat Boston.
Love me some good Fox.
There you go.
Suck at Boston.
How's the Fox at this place?
Indigo in Houston, Nightshade in Los Angeles, and in New Orleans, a place called
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Cass. So the Pennsylvania State Police have posted on social media that a press conference announcing details of the capture of Cavalcante is scheduled at 9:30 today.
Oh.
So they're going to reveal the details, but they are saying the word "the capture."
Right, they wouldn't call this and then say, not really.
Of Danilo Cavalcante, so it looks like they got him.
Yes.
Details are coming up. They're doing it at Firehouse in Kennett Square later on today. So that's a sigh of relief.
Yeah, yes, absolutely. There have been a lot of people basically shut down. Either had this rolling effect on the schools in whatever area he was last seen in, and it's got to be nerve-wracking at a certain point.
And so many people out there, so many people working.
Yes.
All this, they said yesterday when they had spotted him or whatever it was that some of the guys were out there for 24 hours. And so, yeah.
Well, they did it. And I wonder what it costs on a daily basis to conduct an effective manhunt like this. It's got to be ridiculous.
Yeah, you talk about people working extra hours.
Yeah.
Probably needing to use, resources that they normally aren't using on a regular basis. So, yeah, it's got to be extra money for sure. This is it's wild. And what keeps popping into my head was, the bear when it was running around Delco.
Yes.
And we were all following along with that, going, where is it popping up next? And we were just waiting. Like this guy we were on top of, obviously, with more concern. You're talking about a guy who's a murderer.
Bear watch.
The bear watch.
Oh, mama.
But they got him.
No way.
Yeah, and it's
That's the
also
word.
being reported because a lot of people, obviously were wondering that he's been captured alive.
Yeah. Oh, he's been captured alive. Okay. Oh, Do de Bear.
Dog, the bear.
No, it's Dog de Bear. Wait.
The bear.
Dog, the bear.
I'm actually surprised that if he is alive, that
Yeah,
that he survived this whole thing.
Because especially once he got hold of a gun.
Yeah, or these people who are coming in as like vigilantes, or they were going to help capture. They were going to quote unquote help capture this guy. There were people that were thinking this was like a bounty hunter type of thing. Yeah, I'm glad that the police were able to do it.
Yep. So we'll find out what the details are 9:30, and we'll try to share that information as soon as it is imparted to you. But I think this is cause for celebration.
It is,
and we should play a game. We should do a contest right now
based on this manhunt.
You know what immediately pops in my mind?
What?
Cowbell.
Yes, of course.
Yes.
If we attached cowbells to every convict, it'd be so much easier to find when they get out of the prison, right? Oh, there he is. There's the prisoner.
You can hear him running by. This is it's a contest I came up with a while ago, and we have some stuff to give away. So we're going to play a game. It's called Name That Cowbell. And this is pretty simple. It's the same thing as Name That Tune. Only,
what do you mean?
We took some songs that feature cowbell.
And there are many.
There are many of them. And the way it works, and we'll get our contestants on the line, 215-263-WMMR. You're going to be competing against each other. So if you remember the old game, Name That Tune, essentially what they would do is they would have two people, they would give them a clue that alludes to the title and artist of a song. And then you would have to essentially kind of haggle who can name that tune.
Right.
And I think, should I say name it in this many cowbells, or I was thinking of the term bonks. Like I can name that song in 3 bonks.
Let's go with bonks. It's funnier.
In bonks.
So by bonk, you mean the striking of the cowbell or the rattling of the cowbell.
Yeah, or
give me a bonk. Okay.
These cowbells actually have the beater in them.
They're pre-bonged.
Yeah, so these are like for at a race.
Right,
or something
yeah.
like that. But if you were playing the drums, it would be, this thing would be still. It would be, but that doesn't sound
Yeah.
good. I'm trying to muffle it. So.
Yeah.
I don't have a real cowbell per se, but you know what I'm talking about.
I do.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. So this is the way we're going to do this. We're going to randomly let someone go first. And if you get to start off, I will give you the clue.
Wait,
you would be the first contestant, and you will say, I can name that cowbell in, 7 bonks. I'll give you the set number of bonks are available because some songs have 10, some songs have 5, some songs have 6, and then it goes into the song. Wait, thank you, Marissa. She fixed the cowbell for me. Oh, my God. This thing's horrible.
But you get it. Dun, 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 dun.
All right. Anyway, I can play cowbell all day long. And so you go back and forth, and eventually somebody has to say, name that cowbell.
All right.
And then I play the song for you, that many bonks. And if you get it right, you win a prize. If you get it wrong, the other person gets a chance to win by giving us the correct answer.
So again, clue, first you give the amount of bonks, and the first person says, I can name that cowbell in 2 bonks.
Do you guys want to try a sample
I
one?
think so, just to clarify for people.
All right, Casey, you kind of already saw my list.
I already
here.
saw the list. And by the way, what I need you to do for me is we can't go in order because that's alphabetical. So I need you to point to me which song you want me to cue up.
No problem. So let's try. Who wants to play?
I'll play. I want to.
Okay, Nick and all right, done.
Okay.
Steve and Nick. Okay, so just out of randomly, we're going to pick somebody to go first. So Nick, you will go first.
Yes.
All right, and here is your clue.
Nick is still on a everything bagel hummus high.
All right, here we go. Here's your clue. The hearing impaired cat took a picture.
And then I have to name
a total
bonks?
of 10 bonks.
All right, I can name that cowbell in 5 bonks.
5 bonks. Steve?
Name that cowbell.
Okay, so you'll have to name it after 5 bonks.
Okay.
I'm a little confused here, though, because the clip I have right now.
It's supposed to be the full clip.
Okay, I have something that's called full clip, but then I have a smaller clip.
I don't know why we have a smaller clip. All right,
Okay.
so anyway, the full clip is what I need.
Okay. You're going to have to give me a second because I can't.
See, we're playing.
There's no words on it.
There's no words on it.
All right. All right. I think we're ready to go.
Okay, Nick, name this in 5 bonks, and I have to count this and cut it off in the right time. Here we go.
That's Def Leppard. Oh.
3 seconds.
Hysteria.
No.
I got it.
Steve, what is it?
Photograph.
That's correct. The hearing impaired cat took a picture. Def Leppard photograph.
Yes.
Get it?
Yes.
Got it.
Okay.
Got it.
Good.
All right, so that's the way it goes. What?
I said great.
Oh, I thought you said wait.
Stop it.
This is going to be great. Isn't
Wait. Bear watch.
Duh. The bear.
Dog. The bear.
All right, we'll
What's
get.
the next one I'm going to?
Let's go to this. We'll go in this order.
Go in that order.
Got
Right
it.
there.
That's
All
a
right.
great order.
I was pointing at it when I said that. All right, we'll go to Chris as our first contestant. Good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
All right, Chris, we're going to partner you up with Jay. Good morning, Jay. How you doing, bud?
Good morning. Gadzooks.
Gadzooks to you. All right, so since Chris called in first, we are going to let him go first. You guys kind of figure out how this works?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, all right, we'll try it out. So here we go. We're going to start with this clue for you, Chris. And here it is. Please come into the rainforest. And the total is 8 bonks. The clue is please come into the rainforest. Chris, how many bonks?
I think I could guess that in 3 bonks.
3 bonks.
3 bonks.
All right, now we go to Jay. Jay?
Name that cowbell.
All right, name that cowbell. All right, here we go. We got it set up.
3.
I'm going to put you guys on hold. Well, then they should be able to hear it okay. 3 bonks, and here they are. This is not set up properly.
That's perfect, though.
It's still good.
No, it's set up the exact way that it needs to be set up.
It's the way they do it in
No, it's
Europe.
not. It's the title of the song.
Try this one.
Hang on.
Yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
All right, cool.
I was so confused.
I think that's what. So that's probably the one you should play, and then the other one is the fuller version, so you know what it is.
No. So
when we actually do this, it's going to go well.
Yeah.
When we do it live.
Hey, we're just rehearsing, guys.
Right, this is rehearsal.
This is dress rehearsal.
Chris, what's the answer?
The answer is Welcome to the Jungle.
Well, there it is. Sorry, Jay.
What they need to say, Preston, is I can name that song in none of the bonks because there will be none in the clip you play.
Chris, we have a prize for you. Hang on, Casey. Here's what we're going to give him.
All right, Chris. I don't know how you did that, man.
I don't know.
You got a case of Philly favorite from our friends at Iron Hill Brewery. This hazy IPA is perfect for all of your tailgate needs this season. It's available in 4-packs and 12-packs wherever craft beer is sold.
Okay. There's no way. Now, there's no way for me to go and listen to these before we go on.
All right, so let's do another test one. All right, all right.
So we only have so many.
I know, but listen. Do you want to? It's like you got to make sure you got to quality test it. Marissa's here.
All right, Preston, I want you to do this one because I think I figured out where our miscommunication was, but I changed it up.
Okay.
And this one's good to go.
See?
Full clip?
Casey, right here.
Go all the way to the top, Casey.
Okay. All right.
We're going to
go all
We're going to try it again. Oh, good.
It's actually, Nick, our round was very good.
Yeah.
I have Mike. Hi, Mike. Good morning.
Gadzooks, how are you?
Good, Mike. You ready to
Hi,
play
Mike.
this amazing contest?
Yes.
All right, Mike. And then we have Joe. Hey, Joe.
Preston.
Yeah, buddy. All right, Joe, it's going to be you and Mike. And Mike, you get to go first. I will give you the clue, and then you have to name it. You have to bid when you can name. Now, there are 7 bonks in this song, and the clue is to commit homicide in the honor of a moniker. To commit homicide in the honor of a moniker. And we have 6 bonks. Where do you want to start?
Start with 6.
6.
He's going to start with 6. All right, Joe, he says 6 bonks. How about you?
He can go ahead.
Okay.
Wow.
Name that cowbell. Mike, let's see if this works. Here it is.
Killing in the Name of by Rage Against the
See?
Wow.
You just had to nurse it a little bit.
It worked. Hey, Mike, hang on a second.
You got a case of Philly favorite from our friends at Iron Hill Brewery. This hazy IPA is perfect for all of your tailgate needs this season. It's available in 4-packs and 12-packs wherever craft beer is sold.
So here's the deal. Let me explain this. I came up with this contest.
This is why you're enjoying it so much.
I came up with this contest a few months ago, and I had Marissa isolate everything, and then I didn't come back to it because we weren't ready to play the game yet. And then the other day, I was like, hey, do we still have this stuff? She said, yeah. And I went back, and I listened to just one of the clips.
Yeah.
And it was exactly the way I wanted it.
Right.
I'm like, cool, done, we got it. I didn't listen to every single clip. So I think the confusion was Marissa didn't know that I wanted the entire segment where the cowbell is played. I don't need it isolated one. On the other isolated one, she just had one cowbell bonk.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not what we're doing here.
You're not a one bonker.
No.
And by the way,
multiple bonkers.
I like calling them bonks instead of cowbells.
I agree.
That's just my personal taste.
All right, we're going to go to Steve. Hi, Steve.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. All right, hang on, Steve. We're going to put you up against Pete. Hi there, Pete.
Good morning.
Good morning, Pete. All right, let me see. Marissa, which one should we...
The one I got highlighted.
Okay, Casey's got one highlighted. Now I have to look over here and see what this is. All right, here is the clue. We are going to go with Steve first. And right here, Casey, is this the one?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay, here's the clue, Steve.
It's going to be good.
Hey, Mick, what do you say we meet some ladies at the bar? And there are 10 bonks. Your clue is, hey, Mick, what do you say we meet some ladies at the bar? 10 bonks.
I'm going to go 6 bonks.
6 bonks. Pete?
You're a whore, Peter. Yeah, I'll do the same.
No, you can't do the same. You have to do less.
Okay, 5.
5 bonks. All right, now back to you, Steve.
I'm going to go 4.
Okay, he says 4.
By the way,
you can say name that bonk.
You can say
at any
name that
point.
bonk.
All right, Pete?
Let's see. Yeah, I'll name that bonk.
All right,
Okay.
so he's going to have to name it in 3. All right, Steve, here are your 3 bonks. Here we go.
I got it.
Remember the clue.
Honky Tonk Woman.
Yes! That's correct.
Yeah! It's
Yes.
the greatest game ever!
That is how you do it. All right, Steve wins, so hang on the line, and we're going to let Pete go.
You know what happens here, Preston? You can have Merv Griffin Entertainment contact you and try to make this a syndicated game show.
He's probably the one that came up with it in the first place. All right, what do we have for Steve?
All right, Steve, my friend, you have a pair of tickets to see our friend Justin Willman. The Magic for Humans in-person tour is going to be this Friday at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com.
Do you feel better about it now?
I do.
It's
I think
working.
now we're getting a flow. It's
Yeah.
just we had an issue with the way it was set up.
The first 40 minutes didn't go so well, but it's good now.
What are our text reactions?
It's a mix of they
like?
can't get enough of this game, and hey, did you guys know the fugitive got caught? And yes, we did.
Yes,
Thank you.
and this is our celebration and our tribute to the members of law enforcement who facilitated that.
Does anybody hate the game?
No, everyone
Okay.
loves
No.
it. Yeah.
All right.
Don't read the text board, Preston.
We'll go,
Well, there's one from Bill W.
we'll go to Bill. Hi, Bill. You're on the air. Good morning.
Santa's got to go.
Very good, Bill. All right, hang on. And then we have Brendan. Hey, Brendan.
Hey, morning, gentlemen. Happy to meet you.
Happy to meet you. All right, so we're playing Name That Cowbell. Casey, which one are we doing? Where is it?
This one, I'll tell you the name of the song. It's this one right there.
Oh, right there. Okay. So we're going to go to Bill and give him the clue. Bill, here is your clue. All right. After dark, we ride the rails. And there are 4 bonks in this. After dark, we ride the rails. 4 bonks. Bill,
3 bonks.
you can do it in 3 bonks, he says. All right, Brennan, how about you?
I can't say 3, so I'm going to have to say 2.
Okay,
Yeah,
he
well,
says
you don't-
2. Well, he knows. You can tell him to name that bonk, but he probably knows what it is.
Okay.
Right? Brendan, do you feel confident?
No, not at all.
Then you can tell him to name it.
Oh, yeah, then name it.
But he already said I can do it in 2.
No, he
Well,
didn't
that's-
understand it.
yes.
We'll let Bill do it.
That's why I jumped in.
All right, Bill's got to do this in 3. Here we go. Listen, Bill, here are your 3 bonks.
Oh, my God.
That's the wrong song.
That's the wrong one. God damn it.
Now I'm
Stay in
getting
place.
angry.
Stay in place.
Mm-hmm.
All
All
right.
right, you know what? Let's freaking try this one. Yeah, I think we're good. Try it.
3 bonks. Here we go.
There you go. There you go. And that's easy.
Working for the weekend.
No, not working for the weekend. Now, Brendan can steal if he knows the answer. Remember, the clue is after dark, we ride the rails, and those 3 bonks are...
Oh, my God, I know it, and I can't think of it. It's right on the tip of my tongue. I'm sorry, I don't know.
All right. Anybody here know?
I thought I get it. I thought it was what was said.
Is it, can I guess?
After dark, we ride the rails.
Is it Crazy Train?
No, it's not Crazy Train.
Oh, Night Train.
Night Train!
Yes.
That's how you do it, from Guns N' Roses. And in fact, the whole song goes like this. That is the one we were looking for. All right, we're going to try this again. I know you guys are screaming for more of this.
Listen, I've enjoyed it so far.
We'll go to Matt. Hi, Matt. Good morning.
Morning, guys.
Morning. All right. And we have Tony. Hey, Tony.
Yo, what's going on?
All right, buddy. We're playing Name That Cowbell. Remember, I'll give you the clue. You can name it. You can try to guess how many bonks, and you guys kind of negotiate back and forth. And at some point, if you want to call the other person out, you can say, Name That Cowbell, okay?
Got it.
This show is so old, people don't remember how it goes.
It was a perennial. That's why you and I remember it so well. And I used to enjoy it.
Which one, Casey?
This one right here.
Okay, here we go.
All right. This is going to be good.
All right.
I feel good about this.
Here is your clue, and this is for Matt. Igneous of the times. Igneous of the times.
That clue alone should help you.
And there are 10. Hold on a moment. Hold on. There are 10 bonks.
I'm going to say I can name this in 1.
In 1.
Ah.
Okay.
And Tony can say no if he wants. No, 0 bonks.
Yeah, he can.
Or you can say name that bonk.
I guess name it.
All right, name that bonk. All right, here we go. This is the one bonk you get. All right.
Is it Rock of Ages?
Yes. Hang on a second. We're going to get your information. And Tony, we got to let you go. All right, Case. Where the hell is it? Oh, there it is.
All right, over there. All right, Matt, you won a pair of tickets to see Justin Willman, the Magic for Humans in-person tour this Friday, September 15th at the Keswick Theater in Glenside, PA, and tickets are on sale now via AXS.com.
Imagine if the song was that long and became a hit.
Yeah. I think we need to wrap this.
Did you hear it?
Yeah.
You're wrapping this up?
Casey hates it.
Yeah, we got other things going on, and I don't necessarily know if
I'm tired.
You know what?
If you have it in
Let's
you?
try freaking one more.
Freaking one more?
We're definitely trying one more.
All right.
so
Just because
mad at
no. I just don't think
It's fun.
No. I'm having a great time. I think this is great.
It's hard on your side.
Although that one that I want is not here.
Okay.
Marissa's over here freaking out.
Marissa's giving signals. Which one?
It was the.
That's the middle finger.
I was trying to go for this one, but it's not there.
Nah, that was too hard.
We got
This is a really good one right here.
Is it? Okay. All right. Let's see if we have that.
Wait a second. They caught the escaped convict.
Yes, they did. They did, actually.
Yeah.
Let's
All right,
celebrate.
Let's try it one
How
more
about a contest?
One more time. I have Alex. Hey, Alex, good morning.
Sorry to bother you at work.
We love that you're bothering us.
Celebrating the capture of the
Please.
convict.
We're sorry we're bothering you. All right. Marissa says, don't do that one.
Oh, my
All right,
God.
we have Jason, who's on the line. Hi, Jason. How you doing? Snarf,
My
buddy.
God, I love you, Jason.
Okay, give us just a sectle, fellas. In fact, why don't we just kind of sit here and meditate for a moment while we wait for another one?
Do you want a little?
Yeah, please.
A little. This is about. I'm going to go to the escaped prisoner though.
Okay.
Apparently, he had an Eagles shirt on when they caught him.
He had an Eagle shirt
go
on.
Birds. Hey, we could do this one. It looks like we have that one. This
You
is the
know,
one
that's you
wanna
call
do?
playing to the crowd,
one?
Kathy.
No. You said you wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's ready to go.
All right, here we go. Gentlemen, you guys still there?
Oh, this is great.
All right, Alex.
One of them has gone deaf from age.
Alex, here is your clue. She is Delta royalty. All right, she is Delta royalty, and you have 10 bonks to name it in. Alex.
I can name it in 9 bonks.
All right, he says 9 bonks. Jason, you think you can name it in less, or could you?
I'm going to go with 8.
He says 8
8.
bonks. All right, now back to you, Alex.
I can name it in 6 bonks.
6 bonks. Jason.
Name that bonk, bitch.
Name that bonk, bitch.
Whoa. Smack talking. I like it.
Damn.
6 bonks, and the clue is she is Delta royalty, and here are the 6. What song is that, Alex?
Is it Honky Tonk Woman?
It is not. No, we already did that one.
Yes, but we liked it so much we did it again.
All right, so Jason can steal. Jason, do you know what? So I'll play the 6 again for you. Listen, here are the 6 bonks right here.
I'm going to go with Mississippi Queen.
Absolutely.
Leslie West.
Correct. Mississippi Queen. Hang on a second, Jason. We'll get your information, and we'll set you up with this prize.
All right, well, Jason, speaking of Mississippi, you won Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem on digital.
That's where they live.
Exactly. After years of hiding, the Turtle Brothers set out to gain acceptance as normal teenagers and take on an army of mutants from Mississippi.
In the sewers of Mississippi.
Buy or rent it today at participating retailers rated PG from Paramount Pictures.
That was always their saving grace.
Yes.
They could always escape to the river.
That's right.
Yes. All right, and there you go. I hope you enjoyed it.
I was
'cause you'll
fun.
People,
never
the
hear
casual
it again.
listener could probably not tell, but there were some issues with that contest.
There were.
All right.
But I enjoyed it. How many
Kathy?
more did you have?
Let me see here. Hang on. I will let you know. Enough to do it again.
I say,
3, 4, 5, 6. So I got like 8 of them left.
All right, so
we can do it again.
I'd say just brush it up a little bit, but otherwise I think it's solid.
Next time we'll do it right. because I thought it was a good concept.
Why'd you say my name?
The convicts?
Preston, look at this text.
This text says, heard they are releasing The Fugitive so we can play this game again tomorrow. We only play the game when fugitives are caught.
No, that's it. Only when they're caught.
So we'll never play again.
You had an update for us, Kathy?
He was wearing an eagle shirt.
Oh, he's wearing an eagle shirt.
They've
That was
gotten
it.
video from a chopper above, and it looks as though he's got a eagle shirt on.
You know what's great is that won't be used in photographs all around the world.
Right, right,
Him
of
wearing an eagle
course.
shirt being
Right, to
handed
give an
in
indication of the
handcuffs.
fan base.
Yeah. All right, Casey wants me to give these away. I have 2 of these left, and we need to give them away. It is a chance to join Casey, Nick, and Marissa for a special murder mystery event. It's tonight at Red Room Theater, and it is courtesy of 20th Century Studios, A Haunting in Venice. You have to be at least 21 years of age. It includes complimentary buffet and a free drink.
Yay!
All right, so callers 13 and 14 at 215-263-WMMR, A Haunting in Venice, only in theaters on September 15th. We'll take those callers. We'll be back in a moment. And a guest joining us when we return. Stay with us.
There you go. You know, it's I think one of the most difficult parts of a restaurant would be a name that means something and pops to people.
Yeah.
You know, like Pat's Chili Dogs.
Right. That's... Yeah, I mean, you know, the name will only get you so far, but it is an added bonus. Answer the phone, by the way. Thank you very much. I don't know. If you had a restaurant, what would you name it?
I'd name it Answer the Phone.
Yeah, thank you.
Because
I'm sorry. I'm tired of waving my arms.
Yeah.
It's been happening
You
the
lose
last few
business.
days, and I'm just going to say answer the phone.
Answer
from
the
now on.
goddamn phone.
Yeah, answer. In fact, I'll say it that way.
Yeah.
That should be the name of the restaurant.
Answer the goddamn.
Answer the goddamn phone.
Answer the goddamn phone! Great food! Answer the goddamn phone! Open all night!
We've been mentioning all morning long, tickets for the Barbecue go on sale right now. It is exactly 10 a.m.
Yeah.
You can get your tickets. The lawn seats start at just $25, and we want you to get on board because we want you to be there for all of the bands and all the activities that are taking place. We're going to have Aaron Jones, who we just played, Dorothy, Mammoth, Wolfgang Van Halen's band, Mammoth, he will be there. Dirty Honey, Cheap Trick, The Offspring, and the band that this gentleman is in, who is joining us right now. We're so excited to have Jane's Addiction on the bill.
Yeah.
And like I said, I've seen them before. I saw them at the Spectrum ages ago.
Amazing, right?
Blew me out of the water. One of my favorite shows in that building of all time. Please welcome Mr. Dave Navarro. Our show today. Good morning, Dave.
Hi, guys.
Hey, thanks for coming on.
Thanks for having me. That's a very nice welcome.
It's our pleasure, man. Like I said, yeah, I've seen you guys before. I know the kind of energetic show that you bring, and that you guys get the audience in on the party. You make it happen, and it's been a while since we've partied, Dave. So big expectations.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
Well, big expectations for me too. I got to tell you, the other night, LA is starting to open up and have indoor eating and dining and things like that. And I went to a restaurant the other night, and it was overwhelming. Just people and noise and things going on and plates being dropped. And then I thought forward to our show coming up in September. I was like, man, I'm not even prepared to be in a restaurant. What baby steps?
But
you know what I mean? Like, what is it going to be like walking out onto like a festival audience with you guys? But I'm excited to do it, man. It's been a long time. So
well, the way
we're pretty psyched.
The way it's progressing is that the show is it's at the end of September. So again, everyone's sort of feeling their way. It's like the cobwebs are lifting and the doors are opening and everyone's looking above ground. And by that time, I think we're going to be in a nice swing of things. But I can't think of a better scenario, especially since it'll be a little bit cooler in September.
Yeah.
And the roster's great. And Preston's seen you guys a number of times, and I've always wanted to see Jane's Addiction, and people are freaking out.
Oh, that's great. Thank you for that. Yeah, I'm also super excited to see Wolfgang band.
Yes.
Yeah, we've been talking quite a bit about that, David. I want to get your take on this because the music that we've heard so far, very impressive. He had a lot to live up to, and that's another thing. And I'm hoping for the best because not only is he a young musician trying to make his way, but I need somebody to carry on that Eddie
legacy.
Legacy,
The mantle?
thank you. Yeah. And that's got to be a tremendous amount of pressure on him, I assume. I'm sure he's gladly going to take this on, but it's got to be a weird position to be in.
Yeah, I would imagine the best thing for him is to acknowledge that and be aware of it, but to just do his own thing, man.
Yeah.
He's his own human being, and like he's got his direction musically. And from what I've seen, it is very different than Van Halen. It's a little bit more, more modern rock, I suppose.
Yeah.
But he's fantastic, and I want to see him. I want to check out the band, and I'm going to do everything in my power to not tell him how much your dad meant to me.
It's hard though, right?
It's going to be impossible, but you know how hard that's going to be to not do. But yeah, I mean, I hope the best for him, and I typically don't get to when we do these festival shows. I typically don't get to them early, but I'm definitely going to come down and check out Wolfie, and I'll probably check out Cheap Trick too, because Xander's a friend and I played with him a bunch of times. And a weird side note for me is that I think the first concert I ever went to was Cheap Trick opening up for Kiss.
Wow. Oh my God.
Yeah. Like in the 70s.
Yeah.
And so to be on the same bill with them as Cheap Trick and as Jane's Addiction is a pretty big deal for me. Just in terms of like, having a little personal clash with my own history, I suppose.
Well, Dave, I have to tell you, I had my upper thigh felt at a backyard barbecue to a Cheap Trick song in the 70s. So, yes.
I don't know that we can top that experience for you.
I mean, that was good.
Hey, Dave,
at least you had that.
I wanted to ask, with the length of time it's been since musicians have had a chance to do live shows. I mean, you can pick up the guitar and you can play it and you can keep your chops going, just doing a little rehearsing here and there and writing and whatever you may be doing. But is there a difference between being, keeping the instrument fresh and being on stage? Or do you have to get your stage legs together, essentially, is what I'm asking?
I mean, I don't know. We've been doing it for so long. And, believe it or not, Jane's Addiction has historically taken years off, years of hiatuses. And so, we're just coming out of COVID, and it's been a while since we've been on stage, but we are ironically very used to getting back together after years of not doing it. So hopefully we are experienced in trying to make it look seamless once we get back on the stage. But usually when the first downbeat happens and Perry gets into his trip, it's pretty easy to get lost in that environment and just kind of go back to second nature. Yeah. Fortunately, a lot of these songs have been with us for 30 years, so it should be pretty seamless.
Well, I'm sorry to interrupt. Dave Grohl has this special coming out about the van life, that evolutionary period of a band. Was that you guys? Was that Jane's? Were you guys doing that? Okay.
Oh yeah. We our first tour was in a van with the entire band and the one crew member that we had and all of our gear in a U-Haul behind us, and like literally taking turns driving and just freezing and sick and hating each other and in close quarters. And when you do get to a motel, you all share a room. Like it was the early days were rough stuff.
Well, I was surprised to find out when Dave is mentioning when Nevermind came out, this album is out. It's starting to hit. They're still in a van traveling to shows. It is, this is a groundbreaking record. This is huge. This is rock and roll history right here. And they're still driving around a van. When Nothing Shocking, were you guys still doing the van thing when that came out?
I know that we had a couple of tiers. Okay. So we went from a van to what we thought was a great idea, which was a Winnebago.
Okay.
So it wasn't quite a bus. It was a Winnebago. It was literally like a mobile home. And we broke out a window. One of the side windows got shattered somehow. So we were literally touring around the East Coast in the dead of winter.
Oh, no.
With just freezing cold 75-mile-an-hour wind just wafting through the Winnebago.
Did you try to tape up like a trash bag or something?
Well, you try. Yeah, you try everything. And then finally at some point you're like, fuck it, we'll deal with it. And we just, yeah, we just sat there and like dealt with it. But I think that, you know, I think there's something to be said about those old days that like we really, I don't know that we would be the same band without them. You know, we really had to. I mean, there were gigs. We were putting in vans, and we'd pull up to the club, and we would load out and load in our own gear ourselves. So it would be like a Jane's Addiction show. Thank you, good night. And then start winding up cables and putting guitars in cases and trying to push your amp off the stage, get ready for the next band. I really appreciate having had those experiences. As much as I would never want to do them again, I think they really taught us how to be a band.
I was in my 20s. I was a band guy. I'm a drummer, and so just a couple of last year, I was like, I got together with some guys. We created a cover band, and we went out and we played some gigs. And I tell you what, Dave, on that first night, at 3 o'clock in the morning, when we're putting the last bit of crap back into the van, I'm like, what the hell was I thinking, man? This sucks. You know?
It's a little different when you're 17 and you're pushing stuff in. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, right now, like, my lower spine cannot handle an amp.
It's just not going to happen.
Dave, we're able to Zoom with you right now, and looking over your shoulder, is that a cuckoo clock up on the wall? And if so, what's the story behind that?
Actually, there's probably 12 of them in this house. I collect them. That's cool. It's just a weird thing. And, you know, cuckoo clocks, when I was a kid, that was like in cartoons, that was the symbol of crazy.
Yeah.
Like if someone was crazy, you'd see a little cuckoo or a bird would come out. And I just kind of came with this whole embracing. I do a company called Dual Diagnosis, which is it's an art/clothing company that's geared at lifting the stigma of mental health issues.
Right.
And, you know, there's a whole story behind the cuckoo. I don't know if you know about it, but if you look inside that box, it's all complicated gears and springs and coils and wires. There's this little bird that's trapped in there. It can't fly out because it's held down by these weights.
Yeah.
You see the weights that hang down?
Right.
Which could be, you know, its emotional baggage, for instance. And so until it drops that baggage, it can't fly and reach its full potential.
Wow.
And it's locked in this confusing box that's making it crazy. So, yeah, I collect them, and then we also use them artistically throughout the Dual Diagnosis company, and that's spelled DUAL Diagnosis, and dualdiagnosis.com.
Well, I never realized there were so many metaphors attached to a cuckoo clock, but I
think that I invented them, but they were.
But that's good. I can completely see that because I'm fascinated by little mechanisms and the artistry of that stuff, animatronic things, and all of that. Have you yourself ever designed a cuckoo clock?
I designed what I called a cuckoo clock wristwatch. Was when I took that clock and I duct taped it on my arm.
Okay, that counts.
This is a crazy watch, but no, I'm not a tinkerer. For instance, I love watches. I love components. I love things that work like that. But I mean, these things, you know, they're kind of genius, and the implications, like the humorous implications that they contain, are kind of funny, and you just don't see them anymore. But if you look around my house, like I think there's one over there.
Yeah.
There's one there. There's one on the other side. So there's like 15 of them in here. But the best part is that they're all set at different times.
Yeah.
So throughout the day, just a different bird is coming out.
That's great.
And it will literally drive you insane. I mean, if you're not insane already, put up 5 cuckoo clocks. You know what it's like.
Yeah, you know, my sister's actually obsessed with cuckoo clocks as well, but she does not have one. Maybe that is a good gift for me to get for her.
It's a great gift, and they you know they make them battery operated now, but the ones that are really special are the ones that are handmade, that use the actual weight system to have the time tell time. And even the pendulum has to be hung at the right length. Otherwise, it's going to either tick too fast or too slow.
Okay.
So they're very complicated things, but they are interesting to be obsessed with.
I completely get it. Yeah.
I did not expect to be talking about those.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to expect to talk about this either. Are you wearing a Snuggie right now?
No, right now I am wearing a it's like a hooded cape. This is like for outdoors life.
That's pretty
ceremonial ceremonial outdoor life. And it happens it happens to be 7 a.m. here in LA, and I just happen to be freezing. But I will tell you this, I am not opposed to a straight up Snuggie either.
No, why would you be?
Dave, who would you say between you and Perry? You guys are artists to the core.
Yeah.
Who's a little more quirky in their personality? Is it you or Perry?
We both have a lot of, I guess, independent thought, I would say. And, but I would say that, I would say Perry, just because being a front man of a band like this and having to have that sensibility and be on every night and deliver every night, like I get to turn around and hide behind the guitar and like get lost in my instrument, which I love, because I did a solo tour in 2000 and I just came to learn that I didn't love it. I didn't love leading the band. I didn't love being the lead singer. I didn't love the eyes. I didn't love the pressure. And Perry can do that really well. And he in fact loves it. So I would say that there is a component to his personality that allows him to be that extroverted on stage and do it with authority and conviction. So I don't know if I would say he's more quirky, but I would say that he has what it takes to front a band.
Yeah,
better than most, I would say. And I think along with that kind of mentality, you've got to have some walls down, to allow yourself to be that raw in front of people.
Totally.
And while at the same time.
93 WMMR.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Our next guest. Oh, by the way, before we get to our next guest, I
Yes.
do want to reiterate, yes, we are aware that the fugitive has been caught.
Yes.
There is going to be a press conference held around 9:30. The Pennsylvania State Police have said that they have nabbed their suspect, Cavalcante, and we'll get the details on that a little bit later on.
They apparently walked in the other side of the forest with loudspeakers playing the cowbell contest.
The cowbell contest.
And he came running out the other side.
He couldn't take it anymore.
Well, he knew the answers.
I don't blame
And he
him.
wanted to call in.
All right, our next guest is on a game show. It premieres tomorrow, 9 o'clock on CBS. He is local. He is fired up. I think he's going to win this whole thing.
Absolutely better.
It's called Buddy Games, and we are welcoming Anthony Franzzo to the show. Anthony, morning, man.
Good morning, guys. This is crazy. First off, thank you guys so much for having me here. This is surreal for me. Huge fans. I'm a DJ myself, so it's like just being around Hall of Famers. Woo!
Oh man.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Heart's pounding out the chest, but yeah.
You're a live DJ? You do events?
I do weddings.
okay.
I also do bar events as well too. So
Okay.
and proms and sort of the whole deal.
You work it hard when you do that. We know a number of DJs who do that, and you're lugging the stuff around and making it happen. It's a lot of work.
Yeah, it keeps me on my feet for sure.
Yeah.
So this event, this game show is called Buddy Games, and it's hosted by Josh Jamal, who is awesome. He's been here in our studio before.
Good dude.
Very cool. And so I was watching the clips from this, Anthony. Dude, I want to do this so bad. This looks like so much fun.
And I think it's something that everyone wants to do. So growing up in Northeast Philly, like me and my friends, we would pick up a tennis ball, throw it up at the wires. There's a certain amount of games that we would just make up as we go along. So it's like, and sort of put this into sort of our own event. So everyone sort of does this with their group of friends growing up. And you get the opportunity to actually go on a live TV show and do this against other people who do the same stuff.
Well, to be honest, we've done a number of these contests on the show and had a blast.
Yeah, so those who have not seen the clips for this, I'd said earlier, it seems like like field day for adults.
Yeah.
But it's goofy contests. It's physical challenges and that involve boats and whatever, running around mud, relay things, and just all kinds of stuff that you and your friends might do if you're hanging out, having a few drinks and bored, and you're outside, and you're like, hey, throw that apple at my face, or whatever.
We've created a number of games. One game that you might want to try. I was just thinking about this, Preston, at Y100, the staircase. Remember, we were rolling down the empty water barrels?
Yeah, we were playing Donkey Kong, jumping over the barrels. All right, well, what is it? Number one, what does the overall winner get from the game?
The overall winner gets $200,000.
Sweet. So the winning team.
The winning team.
It splits
yes.
that. And how many team members? Are there 5 team members?
4. on each team.
Okay.
There's 6 groups of 4.
So that's not bad.
All right. So your 4 team members, had you ever met them before? Are they people you know?
We are lifelong friends. So I mean, that's what the show is. Like, you have to be lifelong friends. So it's Freddie. I've been friends with since I was 3 years old. I'm 40 years old right now.
Yeah.
So.
Everybody's last names too, if they're in the area. So
Yeah, Freddie Myers, Lewis Freddie Myers. He goes by Freddie. His name's Lou, but goes by Fred. Erica Franzzo, who is my wife.
Yeah.
And Mike Ward, all Philly grown. We've been friends our whole lives, basically. So
the buddies are, and then buddy games are lifelong buddies.
They're actual buddies,
there you
yes.
go. Okay, cool.
All right, and they took you to where for this?
We went to Bogota, Colombia.
Are you kidding?
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
So you had cartel money in this?
Yes, exactly.
All right, because it looks like it looks like a campground out in the Poconos or something.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's wild. Yeah.
And so you go to Bogota. They put you in this. Was it indeed a campground or?
Yeah, it was a
park?
campground. It was when I got there. It looked just like a campground. Yeah.
Okay.
And you actually slept on the premises and the whole thing. They had it.
Yeah, we stayed there. It was an actual. They called it the Camp Buddy Lodge, and it was an actual campground.
Was alcohol available while you were there?
Indeed.
Well, so
how could you not drink at this event?
So it's simply not just the game; it's also the camaraderie, and you're exchanging, little stories. And back, I assume, in your bunks or wherever you are.
Yeah.
So it's a full. It has a reality show vibe with the competition attached to it.
Exactly.
Or vice versa.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is. And it's crazy because like you're hanging out with these people that are, lifelong friends as well. So you immediately kind of click with these people,
Yeah,
and it's
yeah.
like it's crazy because we talk every single day now. This whole group of people. So I met 20 extra friends now that are going to be hopefully the second part of my lifelong friends.
When did you shoot it?
We shot it over the winter.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
And so give us a couple of the games that you can highlight for us that were part of the buddy games contest.
I mean, it's basically like your local bar games. Like it's basically just adult size, bigger versions of the games you would play, beer pong, stuff like that, and bigger versions of it. Mixed with a little bit of camp feature with a goofy twist to everything.
There was a portion, Preston, in the teaser video where they were wearing those the inflatable. What are those called again?
Knocker balls. Yeah.
We did that.
Yeah. It's a giant inflatable ball essentially that you crawl inside of and wear as kind of a suit, and you can run into each other at full speed.
You can't see anything. Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Oh, you can't see anything?
You can't see anything in those things. You're just.
All right, what was the object of that game, that particular game? Do you remember?
Yeah, basically just they kick a ball into a net, but you're in that big thing and you're trying to, you don't see anything, obviously, so.
God.
I love that stuff.
I saw a clip of a guy on a giant inflatable, not a pelican, flamingo.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell's that about?
Yeah, I mean, if you see, he pulls a lot of stuff out of his movie, so if you watch the Buddy Games movies.
Yes. A lot of it comes from that.
Yeah, so I mean, this is Josh's creation where he's done this live for 20 years with his group of friends. So
no kidding.
He recreated that for us to do.
There's been this push towards adult versions of, like, there was a story that was we reported on a couple years ago where it was a tag? It was tag.
Yeah.
It was
That's lasted
global
forever.
tag that has lasted forever.
Yeah.
So this, like, the guy will be on. He figures he's okay. He's out on the beach somewhere on a remote island, like Bali or whatever, and the guy comes out of the woods and just tags him. So, but it's fun.
Oh yeah, so the movie, yeah, it was great.
Mm-hmm. Nice. All right, so you guys are there. You have all this stuff going on. How many weeks did you have to spend at the camp?
Like we're basically there for I think about a month.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
How much fun would that be?
Yeah.
So how do you
do this?
So you obviously, being a DJ, you had to, put a waiver on those gigs. Everyone else was able to. Obviously, they were able to go away, but you could take a financial hit if you didn't win.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
So I mean that's the part. Like I think they're looking for people that are that wacky because you have to be wacky to go ahead and do stuff like that where.
Was there ever a risk where your lifelong buddies were not going to be buddies? Did it ever become intense, or?
This is more of a. I mean, it's more of a lighthearted.
Yeah. Okay.
So
it's not Vanderpump Rules.
No, definitely not that direction. It's more. This is fun, goofy. You're doing it with your best friend, so it's.
We've heard reports, when people are filming TV shows like this or game shows or whatever, that sometimes they get a little sleep deprived, or sometimes, the word that you hear or the words you hear are manipulated reality. And I'm not trying to take anything away from the show, but is it something where like you'll watch the finished product afterwards and you're like, I don't quite remember it that way, and it's because of the editing process?
I guess we'll see, because I haven't watched it yet. We'll check it out. We'll check it out starting this Thursday, and we'll see how it goes.
Nice. It's very cool.
So you and your wife abandoned your 6-year-old son for a month.
Yes, we did.
How'd you convince her to do that? Or was she the one pushing for it?
We love him. It was a lot of a big ask of the grandparents of our parents, for that time. And like my mother-in-law, by the way, is the biggest fan. She's the biggest fan of the show. So my mother-in-law Annette she was so happy I was going to be here. So
Anthony, this isn't your first rodeo. You've done some other game shows before, right?
Well, yeah, I was on Beat Shazam,
the Jamie Foxx show.
The Jamie Foxx show.
Yeah, and so he's returning to it, I believe. Now.
Right now, Nick Cannon is doing it right now, but Jamie Foxx, I guess, is coming back after.
How'd you do?
We came in second. Me and my other friend Anthony, we came in second place.
That's pretty awesome.
We won at like 40. It was a good
40
amount.
grand.
Yeah.
So is this something you want to keep doing? Other game shows? I mean, this.
It's crazy. Like I don't know how I sort of rolled into it. You just sort of. You get a phone call. I say yes to pretty much everything. So it's.
Well, I'll tell you this: you're an instantly likable guy. You got a lot of energy, and so that's what they're looking for.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
And wait, did I read correctly? You were on Dancing on Air?
I was on Dancing on Air. The reboot of Dancing on Air. Yes, in 2012.
You weren't with Kelly Ripa on the.
I was not with Kelly Ripa. No.
All right. What were your dance moves?
I was actually one of the DJs, co-host of that. So.
Okay.
I mean, I tried to dance a few times, but I don't think I got these guilty feet have gotten no rhythm.
Do you think that this? Now, obviously, this is premiering on Thursday. Did it feel like it might have the momentum to be a multi-season game show?
Well, I did Shazam season 1, so I'm hoping that it's just my luck that pushes off that. I think Shazam's like in season 5 right now, I'm hoping that Buddy Games. All of our group of friends, kids are friends together as well. So I'm hoping that they can eventually be on season 20.
Well, I guess here's the question I have, because is this going to be a weekly show? Did he film a whole bunch of these?
This is a weekly show.
See, I wasn't sure, because it seems like a big deal to take that many people down to Columbia and film something for one. I would think that'd be one and done.
Is it 8 episodes? How many episodes?
Yeah, 8 episodes.
8 episodes.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's a good run. So that's obviously. The truth of the matter is that there's a lot of games out there to do, but you got to cycle through a lot of them, and we'll assume that they'll repeat at a certain point. But if you can betray this, what was the most unique? Which one proved the most difficult for you? Because these are all games that we're sort of quasi-familiar with. Which one really was difficult for you?
It's crazy. Like no game was. I think it's just the psychological, like the part like you're doing, because everything you do is so. Kind of like something you do all the time, like when you do with your friends, but it's like, just I'm on TV. How am I going to look? Like I think that's the part they get you. Like I can't fail at something that is so goofy that I'm doing right now. Like how's that gonna show? And that's the hurdle you're jumping when you're doing everything.
It's pretty funny because Josh Duhamel, who's a very good-looking guy, has no problem making himself look like an idiot, which is a cool aspect of it. And we saw in one clip where apparently he jumps face forward into a big pile of mud.
Yeah.
So that he's on board. Is he participating in any of the games as well?
Yeah, I mean he'll say it in the previews. He won't make us do anything that he won't do.
Okay.
So, and like I said, this is stuff he's done his whole life.
Yeah.
So he's done this with his friends. I think he keeps a notebook of every stat. I think he told me that he keeps a notebook of every stat. If he plays wiffle ball with his friends, they keep their batting average through life.
Oh my God.
So that is.
I love that.
Well, I mean, that's incredible.
Yeah.
And how messy did it get while you're there? Does a lot of this stuff involve messes?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a big mess. Yeah.
All right. Wow. All right. Well, I'm excited, and I'm hoping. Obviously it's over, and you clearly can't say anything. They definitely make you sign.
For sure.
NDAs, but I hope you guys won. I hope you represent Philly well.
That's our biggest thing, representing Philly. Like we hope that we wear. They gave us just Philly jerseys, so it's like Philly Forever is our team name, and
that's awesome. Love it.
All right. Well, it's on Thursday, 9:00 on CBS, and we wish you well, Anthony. Thanks for coming by.
Thank you guys so much for having me. This is awesome.
Anthony Franzzo on the Preston and Steve show.
That is
so
cool.
I know. I would love to do something like that.
Well,
As
you've
long
done
as
it.
You mean
you do
like-
stuff on the show,
Yeah.
but to do something more that is all this.
That's actually competitive. I mean, we've done some Double Dare stuff.
Yeah.
And I was directly involved with that. Marissa and I did some. In fact, we did Dunkle Dare one time, and then we did our own versions of Double Dare.
Shut the f*** up.
That's from Dunkle Dare at Camp Out for Hunger. But to do, like a week straight and have like an elimination, tier process and all that stuff would be pretty
we should
awesome.
and could. And I always thought that Glocky would have had a fair amount of traction with the they call them hoverboards, but they're not. But
I think there's still time for something like
you
that.
think
too.
Glocky could, because you guys were playing. It was Briere was one of the contestants,
And Kevin Crowley, I believe.
Yep.
It was cool.
Yeah, it was a good time.
It was fun, and I think I just because of how easy it went and how much it made sense and how much it felt like actual hockey or roller hockey or whatever, I think that there could be something there.
For Glocky.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody goes on hoverboards anymore.
I know.
Maybe on one of those, what are the
One wheels?
The one wheels.
I think the hoverboard is way more maneuverable than the one wheel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't been on a one wheel.
What was the one
yet,
that
so I don't know.
Croce tried to get going for the
Cronum.
Is that it?
No, slam ball.
Slam ball.
Yeah.
Slam ball.
Trampolines and basketball.
Which is essentially that.
Yeah.
And interesting and probably fun to play, but just wasn't, didn't catch anybody. I told you guys about that game I saw recently where it's essentially table tennis and volleyball, but using your feet.
Right.
I forgot what it was called. I wrote it down somewhere. Cue ball or something like not cue ball. That's in pool.
Yeah.
But
My buddy and I used to make up games.
Yeah.
We used to make up games all the time, and he still does, and he's really good at it. But when we were kids, we invented a game that we called slam ball.
Okay.
And it was essentially, we used a tennis racket and a tennis ball, and you would hit the ball as far as you possibly could down the street. Now, we had trees on the street, so you had to play the ball through the tree branches and everything like that. It was awesome. And because you're launching this ball 50, 75 yards down the street. And
you know what that is? When you're a kid and you come up with those games.
Oh, yeah.
So beautifully depicted in the Goldbergs. They had a game called Ball Ball.
Ball Ball,
which they played in the base and apparently based on the actual game that they played. But when you're bored and you have a couple things and you sort of make a hybrid of another game, it's the best.
One of my favorite games we used to play, Casey. So your spit cup that you use there, essentially that type of cup.
You drink it?
You don't drink it.
Oh, okay,
no.
because that's nasty.
Yeah, actually you do. You go first. All right, and then
I can drink that goo in one go.
All right.
But no, we would sit in a room, a few people sitting around, and essentially you volleyed it. You just would hit it.
Okay.
And it would make a great noise too. Is that noise
and keep it
to hit
airborne?
and keep it airborne.
Right.
And it was just a game that went around the room. We didn't necessarily have a point system or anything like that, but we could play that for an hour straight, just knocking that thing around.
In college, we invented beer dye. Not we, but my friends and I. My friends invented it, and I just played it. Beer dye.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a drinking game. But
until you die.
After we would get done a bong session, we would play hacky sack with the lighter. Did you ever do that where you had to catch it?
Okay, so Casey's catching it with the back of his hand. No, we would use cigarette packs.
Oh,
Same thing. All right, toss it up here.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
But we would toss it around the.
I'm not skilled like Casey
You're not
is.
a catcher.
But we used to do it with a cigarette pack.
Oh, nice. There you go.
Yeah,
Boom.
all right. Oh, look at
Nice.
this. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Someone's a goat.
Yeah.
All right, Kathy, it's coming over. You ready?
Oh, God.
Come on, do it, Kathy. Come on.
I can't.
Yeah, nailed it. Nailed it.
Dunked it.
I think that would hurt my hand.
No, you got to. It's
Nick,
like.
ready?
It's going around the room.
Try it, Nick. Here, let's see.
Wait.
Over to Steve.
Did anybody else play Mumbly Peg?
It takes a couple times.
What is
Mumbly
that?
Peg?
Mumbly Peg, yeah.
No.
Son of a bitch.
Mumbly Peg is kind of like this, except you play with a pocket knife. We played it in camp when we were kids. And you have to do a series of hand gestures where you flip a pocket knife up and then it has to land
Like with the blade
down.
out?
Right,
Yeah,
right.
blade down into the dirt. So you would flip it with the back of your hand, then you'd flip it with the front of your hand, and I've completely lost Casey and Preston because they're playing this game on the other side.
I'm listening. There's something about mumbly pegs and Ewoks.
knives.
Yeah.
Do you ever play a bando? Were you abandon your family?
No,
my God,
no,
that's
a bando.
hilarious.
No.
But Mumbly Peg was a daily occurrence, and then so you would go like up the chart and then back down the chart, and eventually you'd have to like milk the cow, where you drop the pocket knife like through an open hand or whatever. It was fun. I'm sure some kids just made it up because they had a pocket knife and they were bored at summer camp. And we played it every single day.
That's the equivalent of the water.
Yeah, it's similar.
A bottle flipping thing, right?
With a knife.
With a pocket knife, yeah.
And how many times did you get stabbed?
Even if you got stabbed, it was just usually a relatively dull pocket knife.
Okay.
So it wasn't nobody was bleeding, or if they were, they weren't bleeding that bad.
You could, as you said, Preston, you could spend hours playing the game once you had the structure of it worked out. When the Nerf ball came out, interior wise, house wise,
Oh, yeah.
the opportunities that were opened up to you. And I remember when the first Nerf ball came out, it's like, we can play ball in the house.
Yeah, we played Nerf basketball down in the basement, but we didn't have a net, so we just used the pipes.
Sure.
There were 2 pipes that were like right next to each other, and we would use that basically as the net. Also, like in college, when you were on substances, there were a lot of different. There were games that we played that there were no winners or losers. It was just something that you did to pass the time.
Like skip the class.
I remember one time we had eaten mushrooms.
Okay.
And
let's play that knife game.
No, but we all had a tennis ball, and we were throwing the tennis balls to each other all at the same time. It was magical. In sequence. And
I'm having a lot of fun.
So hang on. So you would have a tennis ball in your right hand.
Everybody had 2 tennis balls.
Oh, you had 2 tennis balls.
So
and you would throw them to the person to your right?
You were throwing and catching at the same
throw
time.
and then catch, and throw and catch at the same.
We should try that.
All right, we need to do that.
We should try that.
Yeah.
You thought you were doing that, but in reality, everybody was just dropping them left and right.
Dude, actually, Nick, they were in a detox center.
Nick, that same night, I was staring into this dog's eyes. No, Steve, I was staring into this dog's eyes, right?
Oh, God.
And we were
You're
locked
freaking
in on
me out.
each other. Steve, at one point, something happened. There was like an electrical something happened where the dog and I, we locked and we like understood the universe at the same time.
Oh my God, I'm going to have sex with this dog.
It was weird because
did you feel you could communicate with the dog?
There was some sort of a communication with this dog where, and we both noticed it at the same time. And then he just looked at me, and I was like, yeah, I felt that too. And then he just started barking at me. He was like,
He's like, look, I'm usually not this way, but if we don't seize the moment now.
there was nothing sexual.
Yeah,
It was
not
universe.
sexual. I just want you to put your nose up my ass. Not sexual. It's how we say hi.
Oh my God.
So you felt you had a
moment with the dog.
I wish I could go back to that moment because it was.
Wait, the dog's on the phone, Casey.
Yeah, the dog died.
Yeah, first time, long time.
That's pretty wild.
Yeah.
And was that the same time you were playing the tennis ball game?
The tennis ball thing. Yeah. I mean, I was so locked in with the universe, Preston.
To me, I like the concept of that throwing 2 balls and keeping it in rotation, right?
Yeah,
Because
simultaneously.
It would be difficult, I think, even without substances. It'd be very difficult. I love that stuff.
Yeah. I was thinking about games the other day. I forgot why, and I wrote down a note, but there was no more violent children's game than Red Rover, was there?
Oh my God, yes, that was so
Explain
violent.
Red Rover.
So you have 2 groups of people, enough to form a human chain holding hands on either side. Let's say there's 6 people on each side. And one side, whose turn it would be, you would say, you'd choose who you would call out.
Right.
And we would say, Red Rover, Red Rover, let Kathy come over.
Oh.
And so Kathy's job is to break through the chain.
Oh, I do remember.
So you're holding hands and you just run as fast as you can and try to break through the people's hands. And one of 2 things would happen. Either you would clothesline the individual who is trying to run through, or you would break the arms of the opposing people.
Well,
Rip their shoulders out of the
if
socket.
they held it tight enough, they would slam into your sides. I don't know if we called it Red Rover, but it was brutal. Very brutal.
Red Rover. And I can't think of a game that had more, that wasn't, beyond football or something like that. But
Did you ever play Deck the Bitch?
No.
Oh, that's a good one, too.
We did have somebody call in one time to tell us they used to play a game called Hide the Belt. Do you remember that?
No.
Because we were talking about kids' games. This is years and years ago. And essentially, someone would hide a belt, and everyone would go looking for it. And whoever found it got to beat the other people with the belt.
Are you kidding me?
Dear God.
And it's, listen, there's more nuance to it than you would imagine. Prison dodgeball was, I I guess schools don't do it anymore, but dodgeball and prison dodgeball was one of my favorite games. But it was pretty brutal.
Yeah, people still do dodgeball because I see it show up in my Instagram feed all the time. People taking face shots and stuff.
Regular dodge or prison dodge?
Well, I don't know the difference between regular and prison.
There would be a prison on the other end, and they would get to go to the people that would be quote unquote put in jail. Stood in the back, and if you could throw a ball all the way back to them and they caught it, they could come back onto your side. That was prison dodgeball.
It looks like it was just regular.
Right. So they would catch the ball and then they would have to hit someone to get out, right?
I don't remember that. Maybe.
Somebody texted in Bloody Knuckles. That was definitely a violent game. Do you guys remember, did you play Red A or Red Ass?
Red Ass, definitely. That's wall ball, but with attitude.
Right.
Explain.
And you would peg the guy. So, Steve, I would throw the ball against the wall behind you, right? And you would have to catch it before somebody else did or before it bounced. And if it bounced or you dropped it, then you would have to go run and touch the wall. If I then picked up the ball, threw it to the wall before you got there, then you have to stand up against the wall with your hands up against it, and I get to peg you from behind as hard as I
with the ball.
With the ball, I get to peg you. You're going to bend over and take your pants off, and I'm going to peg you hard
with a lamp.
No, but that moment while you're standing against the wall, waiting for somebody to throw the ball as hard as possibly as they can at you, was terrifying. As a kid.
There were things that were outlawed by the Geneva Convention that were part of children's games.
Nick, one time we were playing Red Ass in the schoolyard, and not only did I was going to get the ball, not only did I slip and fall in a complete a mud puddle, but I crapped myself at the same time. I had fallen like right on my ass.
That's a winning moment.
My mom had to come with a complete.
Why didn't you call up the dog you had the psychic bond?
I'll
be right over.
But you would also run as fast as you could towards the wall, so occasionally you would have wall injuries just from trying to get to the wall in time.
Did you call your mom to come get you?
Oh, she had to come and bring me an entire change of clothes.
And did you tell her that you pooped your pants?
Not until she got there. I was like,
Okay.
I need underwear too.
Okay. All right. Marissa?
The one I was thinking about was more self-harm, but did you guys play Foursquare?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Was that like a king, queen, jack?
Yeah, there was it was a square with squares inside of it, and for 6 years straight, I just had bloody knuckles all the time.
So how would you play
Because
it?
you would just play Foursquare. If you were the king of the square, you would kind of serve the ball, and it was just passing it back and forth, Steve, back and forth. But you would make up rules. It was kind of like A-hole, but for little kids.
I
But you
gotcha.
would play it on cement. So if you were like saving a ball, like volleyball, you would just be scraping your knuckles across cement for
Road
hours
rash.
straight.
We called it muckle. Did you guys ever play muckle? There were other names for it.
That's muck and fuds.
That you can't say that are just not socially appropriate these days. But we always called it muckle. We didn't call it the other names. But essentially, it was just you against everybody in football. So you would catch the football, and then you would have to run while everybody tried to tackle you. And once you got tackled, you would lay down, and then you would throw the ball up, and then whoever got the ball, then
I remember the
we
bad
called
name for it.
Yeah.
There was one thing that was, I think was it Spud? Where was the punishment?
I remember Spud.
But there was one, the paddy wagon. Did you guys do that? Where you'd all stand, and the guy would crawl between your legs, and you'd be punching his ass.
We called it the spanking machine.
Okay, yeah.
That's my nickname now, but
I got one of those at home.
Oh my God. I just got carpal tunnel syndrome. How did you get this? From typing too much? Oh, no. I had pleasure myself all the time.
Bill's got a game called Buck Buck I've never heard of. Hey, Bill, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Good. All right, Buck Buck.
Yes, Steve must know this. Bill Cosby did a whole bit about it a long time ago.
It sounds familiar, but I don't remember how it's played, Bill. How do you play it?
You get two teams. Usually it was different neighborhoods. And I grew up in North Philly just like Bill Cosby did.
Right.
So I grew up at 8th and Lehigh, and it was the 8th Streeters against the 9th Streeters. And you have to, the team get together, you grab each other by your hips and bend over real hard, and you've got one hand against the wall. Then a guy from the other team runs at you and jumps on your back to try to knock the whole pile down.
Okay, and but the key was to get to the other team first and sedate them with Benadryl, correct?
We didn't have it back then.
No, that was later, Cosby.
Thanks,
I do
Bill.
remember this game. Yeah, absolutely. And you would try to break by sheer weight of the people on their backs.
I know why Rochelle and I were talking about this. It was the other night. It was a beautiful evening, and it was just getting dusk, and some kind of scent in the air gave me a vivid childhood memory, which scents can do that. Your sense of smell can, and it just reminded me of those late summer evenings with your friends outside in someone's yard playing these games and how much fun that was.
I love them all.
And it's
badminton, even croquet or running bases or spud or any of those games.
Yeah, freeze tag.
Yeah,
and
running bases.
The games my kids play was called Manhunt. That was
Manhunt.
Yeah.
We call that
was
capture.
fun.
Yeah.
Capture?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
dude, we played capture. It was like every single day.
Well, and you had to play when the sun was going down. It had to be like a little bit dark.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Reagan, hide the belt, is on the line. Hang on a second. Hi, Reagan. Good morning.
Preston, first time, long time.
Were you the one that called in all those years ago about that game?
Nope, not me.
Okay, so this is, it's more, I thought it was just one person and their group of friends made up hide the belt. All right, what were your rules?
So it was just like tag. They hid the belt. Whoever found it would go around whooping everybody until you got back on base.
Was the original version of this game called Hide the Bullet?
Oh my God! Where did you grow up playing this game, Reagan?
Down in Olney in Philadelphia.
In Philly.
So
Okay.
it was a real game. The concept of finding the belt and then being able to wholesale slaughter the other teammates is hilarious.
Return with welts on you.
Yeah. And so,
Mr. Gorbachev, hide that belt.
all right. So when you made it back to base, they could stop beating you.
Yes.
God.
Those games where it was literally had to be inspired by the Spartans. I mean,
Thanks,
Hide the
Reagan.
Belt certainly has a Spartan kind of feel to it.
Yeah. I have Jake on the line. Jake, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Gadzooks guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. What's up?
Hey, so back in college in Philly U, we used to play a game called Stump, where you get a big tree stump and you lightly tap in a long nail for however many people are playing, and then you got a beer in one hand, you got a hammer in the other. You got to throw the hammer in the air, flip it, and then catch, and on the downstroke hit your opponent's nail and try and get it in. And if you hit it, they have to take a shot. And if you miss it, then you have to take a shot. And eventually you got to get the opponent's nail all the way in, and then you win.
So we're seeing a representation of this. So basically, you're flipping it up, and then on the downward trajectory, you have to
catch the hammer
right
and hit their nail in.
Interesting. I like that.
That requires some skill.
I think I could be pretty
yeah.
good at that.
And you're getting hammered, the whole time.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
So there's a whole
safe.
irony there that you're hammering and getting hammered at the same time.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right, I like that, Jake. Thank you, man. Appreciate it, bud.
Are you a beer pong fan?
No, it wasn't. Quarters was our game back in the day, and then beer pong came after that. We did our own version of it, which was literally playing the game of ping pong, but you had beers set on the ping pong
That's
table.
what we did.
Yeah.
What was the
When we played it that way.
Beirut is beer pong. Right. And so, like, what you classically call beer pong, which is, a pyramid of cups set up and you throw a ping pong, that was what we called Beirut. And then beer pong was actually played with ping pong pads.
Case, what was the game we used to play on the cafeteria table all the time with coins, where you'd have the coin at the edge of the table and you'd hit it, and it was almost like shuffleboard, where you'd get the coin to slide across and get it as close to the other side edge
without it going over.
Well, you do that with 3 coins. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I remember that.
Because you had to shoot one in between the two.
Yep.
Casey, I learned a long time ago that every fraternity or every college had their own version of beer pong. Everybody had their little slight nuanceical differences to it. But Preston, we played with the paddles and the beer cups on the ping pong table itself. And if you were lucky enough to dunk somebody else's cup, they had to chug the entire thing.
Okay.
If you hit the outside of it, they would have to drink half. So and then Beirut was the other one that we played in the other room.
Yeah.
And it was all moronic.
All right, let me go. Speaking of moronic, Shane has a game. Hi, Shane. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How's it going?
Good. All right, so we're talking about brutal home games. What's yours?
All right, so we played Bamboo Wars up in Northeast Philly.
Okay. Can you explain what the rules are of Bamboo Wars?
So just like pickup hockey, we had this weird little patch of bamboo in the Northeast, and we would each break off a piece of bamboo, put the bamboo in the middle, and we'd pick sticks. So it'd be a 3-on-3, 6-on-6, 4-on-4, whatever we had, and the goal of the game was to beat each other until you quit. So last man standing, last girl standing if she was involved.
The literal goal of the game was to beat the other team into submission.
to beat the S out of each other. Correct.
Until you said stop, and then you had to put down your bamboo stick and walk off the field or wherever.
That's it. When you quit, you got to the side and watched everyone go. So
Bamboo Wars.
The fastest growing sport in North America.
Bamboo would hurt.
Press, see, when they started playing games like this is when I would go out and just catch the lightning bugs and put them in a pickle jar with holes on the top.
Yeah.
This is a great
that's
game.
the Bucks County in you, Kathy.
That's insane. How old were you when you were doing this, Shane?
We're talking 10 through 12.
Oh my God. And were any parents around while this was going on?
Absolutely not.
Of course.
All
right.
They were working, all right?
Bamboo Wars. We beat you until you quit. That's rule number one.
That's an
rule
honest
number two.
game.
See rule number one.
Yeah.
Let's go to Joe next. Hey, Joe. Good morning.
Yeah, how you doing?
Good. What's up, Joe?
All right, we had a game called Ass Ball.
It's ass ball. Okay.
All right, so you have a wall, right? We'd be playing in the street. Whoever was playing, you got about 5 guys to play. You'd have to throw the ball against the wall, and then anybody could catch it.
All right.
If you miss the ball, you got a letter. You got a letter, A, and then you got another letter, S, if you missed the ball, and an S. And if you got S, you had to lean up against the wall, bend over, lean up the wall, and everybody playing had 3 shots to throw a pimple ball as hard as they could at your ass.
Oh, my God. That's a lot.
That would hurt.
Everybody gets 3 shots. Every single person gets 3 shots at. Oh, my God.
Now, the worst was when they hit you in the hamstring with the pimple ball, and it left welts on your hamstrings.
Yeah.
Listen to him giggling. He still loves it. Yeah, but it's another brutal game, but I kind of like it.
And Joe, what was the age range when you guys played this?
Yeah, we were about from 12 to about, you get the older guys, 18.
Oh, my God.
You hated when they threw it at you.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
I love
All right,
it.
thanks, Joe.
You know, it
Appreciate
seems a little bit more passive, but still interesting. Preston, go to Craig on line 3.
Okay. Hi, Craig. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Craig?
Nothing. So when I was younger, we used to play this game at my cousin's house called Strobe Light Pillow Fight.
Strobe light pillow fight. So how did you play it?
So basically, we would take all the cushions and stuff or the pillows from the love seats and the couches. We'd go into my cousin's den. We'd hook up a fog machine and some strobe lights, and we would essentially throw them back and forth at each other until we just gave up. Probably 6 or 8 people, and it was absolutely disorienting and really, really painful when you got hit with a zipper in the face.
Oh, yes. Well, here what I think is because you're visually being thrown off by the strobe light.
Yep.
It's horrible.
I love it. Thanks, Craig.
But also,
yeah.
Also, first time, long time. I was going to say, I love you guys so much. You make my day so incredible. I sit in the machine all day. I'm an operating engineer. It's 542. Big shout out. Yeah, seriously, I love you guys to death, man.
Oh, thank you, man. That's really cool.
Even the Cowbell game, Craig?
So I got to be honest with you. The Cowbell game started off a little bit rough.
Okay.
You worked it out, and I hope you bring it back.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you, Craig.
And
I
he
appreciate it,
listens.
man.
There
We
we go.
love you, brother. Did any of you guys have a strobe light at home when you were a kid? We did, too.
I loved it.
That was
loved
the
it.
best.
As a horror fan, it was terrific to have that. But when you just the whole thing of jumping around,
it looked bizarre.
Well, just the best, and you could set the frequency of the light, you know, and that's what made all the difference in the world.
the super fast made it seem like you were like in an old school, an old time movie, like an old silent movie or something like that. But if you slowed it down a little bit, you would see your friends, we'd just be gesticulating and doing bizarre movements, and it would just catch you in that frozen moment.
We should do that in here. We should get a real strobe light.
No.
I don't think we can get it dark enough in here.
Do you think, Case, are you
light.
photosensitive? We have our disco lights.
We could do the.
It's got to be. It's got to be pitch black for a strobe light to really work.
We do have the disco lights. We could do
We
just
do.
as best we could
We
with
just have
those.
a disco party.
We have
if we
disco
wanted
light.
to.
All right, I'll turn off.
All right. Okay. Great. He wasn't going to do it.
There we are.
I love our disco parties.
Shake your booty now, baby. Come on, come on.
Ass ball.
All right, hang on.
Shake your ass ball.
Wait, I know we got a break, Case. Can I take one more?
I'm leaving the disco lights on.
All right, let me go to Mike. Hey, Mike, good morning.
Good morning, and
It's Mike from Cherry Hill.
All right, Mike, what's the game you wanted to share?
He's dead.
Mike.
What was the last game you ever played?
Hold on. Mike? He sounds like he's hiding the phone.
Hello?
Hey, yeah, Mike, what happened there?
Okay, I lost it for a second. I was working. I had my earpods in.
Oh, his earpods. okay. Can you hear us now?
Yeah, we spoke a couple months ago. I had the brand new.
All right, we can't hear you, Mike.
man.
You got to just use the regular phone thing.
He can't hear us.
Yeah.
He doesn't have.
All right, Mike, sorry, bud. Here's what it says on the screen. It says they would play mousetrap tag. You'd throw a loaded mousetrap at a person.
Oh, my God.
Dude,
No.
have you ever accidentally tripped a mouse?
Yes.
It hurts.
It's bad, man.
It's not a game.
Really bad.
It's meant to kill the mouse on contact.
Here, we're going to play. You ready? Go. And they just throw it at you. And that's the whole game.
Dude, that's horrible.
Okay. All right. There's another game called Pong Dong.
Pong Dong.
Yeah, let me go to one more here. And I know we got to wrap up.
I lost a buddy over in Nam in Pong Dong.
We'll go to Jim. Hey, Jim, good morning. Jim, oh, wait. I think it was me. I hit this button. Oh, man.
Did you lose him?
No. Jim? Yeah, we lost him. All right, unfortunately, that's all we have time
Damn
for.
it.
But listen, the reason we got started, I got to turn it light.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
We got started on this whole thing is because Anthony Franzzo is here in our studio. It's a game show that starts on Thursday, tomorrow night, 9 o'clock, and it's called Buddy Games.
Yes, looks
And
great.
They play all kinds of games. I think maybe we can mention to Josh Jamal if we have him on Hide the Belt.
Yes.
That might be a game they consider at some point. Or Bamboo Wars.
Yeah, Bamboo
They could
Wars.
add to it. But anyhow.
Ass ball, too.
Him and his friends are representing Philly and hopefully going to bring back the $200,000 cash prize. So that's tomorrow night.
Nice.
All right, we got to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment. And we got some bizarre file stories on the way. Stay with us.
Preston certain walls up. So that's, I think it's a microcosm of some kind of very strange dance that goes into being a lead singer. And, he's, as far as I'm concerned, he's one of the best frontmen that have been around in the past 30 years.
Is it hard speaking to that point about because you let a lot of you out, with your love of the tattoos and artistry and the cuckoo clocks and things that are part of you. Is it hard when you are in the public eye the way you are? And you're talking about Perry being more up front and being the front man, but you are a personality. You are a pop culture personality. Is it hard to know? I'm going to keep this just for me, Do you know what I'm saying? Where you're not always revealing stuff about you.
Oh, no. I mean, things that I like and things that are interesting to me aren't really revealing anything. And those aren't like deep personal issues that whether or not I like cuckoo clocks, I better keep that to myself or I feel exposed.
It's too personal.
Like I don't feel exposed.
Yeah.
But, I've also taken it upon myself and years ago, like I wrote a book and I put out a documentary that were about very difficult things in my life. And I think that the intention and hopefully the joy of that was to help others feel less alone that were in similar situations, whether it's grief or trauma or drug addiction or any of the things that I've been through. I like to share with people that there's an alternative way, and that it is possible to get past that stuff. And even though the demon of addictive behavior may be with you for your life, it's about channeling that addictive behavior into an area that can be healthy for you.
Well, yeah,
So,
I'm sober for 9+ years at this point, and I just know that it was important for me to see and interact with people who were living a sober life, a happy and content sober life. But then there were also other people that, like musicians, Trey Anastasio being one of them. I'm a fish head. He had been sober for a couple of years at that point. When I saw, I'm like, okay, here's somebody that's doing it. And I was able to gain strength through them. And so when you do that and you're outspoken about whatever struggles that you have gone through, there are people out there that really do hold on to that and gravitate towards that.
Yeah, I think the one thing that I would say is that, the company I'm running, Dual Diagnosis, is all about mental health. I put out a book that was about my drug addiction. I put out a film that was about my mom's death. it does resonate with a lot of people sometimes, if they've got similar circumstances. But, at the same time, I'm not a doctor. And so those people will come to me personally and say, I'm going through this and I don't know what to do. And I'm like, look, I already told you what I went through and how I dealt with it, but I can't advise, like a doctor would. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's, you need to find a team of your own. But I think that that's not the tough part. I don't really think there is a tough part to it. I think that as long as you're comfortable with who you are and what you've been through and that, behaviors can change.
Yeah.
I mean, really, that's all we're doing. Like, I may not be doing drugs anymore, but now I'm in line at 1 a.m. at GameStop waiting for the next thing to come.
Dude, all right. Yes, that's exactly. That is the right way to think about it. We have we all have the same doctor. He's kind of the he's on TV in here in Philadelphia, and he says, if I have to, I will write you a prescription for a video game because that's the stuff. To get that joy of something that doesn't have, like you say, you're not smoking crack. This is something you're
something
into.
That's not going to kill you.
Exactly. That you can get passionate. Like, I love living through other people's passions, and it excites me to revisit my own. Your cuckoo clock thing, or just the different things you talk about. That to me is something that people, they sometimes seem reticent to allow themselves. Well, it's just crazy. Should I really collect that, or is that do it? Because we just don't think that way a lot of times.
Well, ultimately, we're all here for however long we're here, and we are ultimately going to dissolve into the universe or whatever happens.
Right.
So, do what you love, as long as it's not hurting anybody else or yourself. Yep. Like, there's really, that this life was given to us for us to enjoy.
Yeah.
And I really feel strongly about that. And frankly, one of the things that I enjoy about life most is being able to perform with this band, and to come out and do that with you guys is what is that, the 25th, September 25th?
Correct. Yep.
I'm super pumped about that, and that's, I wouldn't be able to do that had I stayed on the path I was on.
Right.
So it's all, to me, it's all, this. I'm in the bonus round.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
I unlocked the little part of the game that allowed me to play in another room.
Yes.
I'm into it.
Dave, we're all excited about that as well. I wanted to ask, so every Tuesday we do a thing, it's called Tattoo Tuesday, and we give away a free tattoo every single Tuesday. And as a result, we used to do it here in the studio, and as a result, we've had several contestants and winners of Ink Master in our studio actually administering tattoo, which is really cool. Is Ink Master coming back to Paramount Plus by any chance? Do you know?
You know what? I honestly don't know. I heard that they were picking it up. That was the last I heard of it. The only thing that I can assume from not hearing anything is that they're rebooting it with a new cast. That's all I know.
That's all you know? All right.
In fact, I don't even know that because there's been very little dialogue. So I hear that Paramount Plus is going to pick it up. I guess they started a new streaming service.
Yep.
And, but I don't know. But I will tell you what's very funny about that is that Ink Master was a show that, it was on 10 years ago. It's hard to believe it was a decade ago that started, and we did 13 seasons. And then during the pandemic, Paramount sold a couple of seasons to Netflix. So now it's on Netflix, but these are old episodes.
Right.
But what that did was that opened us up to a whole new audience that had never seen us. And I started getting messages from people who were angry at me for certain people who got sent home 10 years ago.
Oh my God!
You know what I mean? Like they thought it was
just now. Yeah.
Fuck you for sending Josh home. He was the one. Like, how dare you? I'm like,
oh my
who's
God!
Josh? I don't even know what you're talking about.
That's great.
But people get very passionate about that. I hope that when you give out tattoos, is there one artist that you use, or is there a resident artist? Or
yeah. There's
a shop.
Yep. We have one shop, several artists within that shop, and there's a guy named Troy here who is He's a big name in the tattoo industry in Philadelphia. Actually, he is responsible for a lot of the tattoo conventions all across the country. Yep. So he has a lot of guys and he's also super generous. So
do they get to decide what they are getting, or does it have to be a WMMR?
They have to include
on the throat.
They have to include us in there somewhere, and it can even be very, very subtle. That's all that we ask. So
Right.
yeah.
That's nice.
The rabbit in the the Playboy cover. It can be very discreet. So yeah.
Some are more subtle.
Do you
than
want to know
others.
something funny about this? Do you see this?
Yeah. That's the Playboy.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a quick story. I was doing an interview with Hugh Hefner. And Hugh Hefner was talking about how the bunny, well, first of all, it started out, it was a stag. It was supposed to be a cartoon of a stag.
Okay, that makes
and
sense.
the night before the release, he couldn't sleep. And he got up in the middle of the night and called the designer and said, I hate the stag. You got to come up with something else. So they scrambled at all hours of the night and landed on this bunny, which then became the most iconic thing, in terms of branding.
Wow. Huge.
And he went ahead to tell me that it is probably the #1 most tattooed logo of all time.
The Playboy bunny.
I believe it.
Wow.
And so at that moment, I said, has anybody in the history of tattooing this bunny asked you for permission? And he said, no, actually, nobody's ever asked. And I said, well, then let me be the first. Is it okay with you if I get the bunny tattooed? And he said, absolutely. So I have the one and only Hugh Hefner sanction.
Wow.
I wouldn't have gotten this otherwise. But the fact that, what do I care? I'm gonna tell you. But the fact that Hugh sanctioned it and gave me the okay, and it's the only one that exists that's like that, was pretty special.
That's awesome.
That's a great story.
Yeah.
Wow.
Pretty
That's
cool.
awesome. Excellent. Dave, we're really excited. Not only that you guys are playing the show, but that you took the time to join us on the program this morning. We really appreciate it.
It's a pleasure, man. I'm looking forward to being out there. And are you guys going to be at the show?
Oh,
yes.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely. I would not miss your guys' set. So
We'll come back and say hello, will you?
Okay, for sure. Absolutely. Thank you so
All
much,
right,
Dave.
guys.
We'll see you in September. Dave
Pleasure.
Navarro,
Yeah.
guys. How about it? Wow. He's awesome. Super nice guy. And I bet you he could point to every single tattoo and tell a story like that as well.
What you're playing right here, I remember, Preston, when I first heard this song, I was like,
What's
whoa!
that? Yeah.
Whoa!
Yeah. Hey, the Oscars were last night. How about all of that? So yeah, they had a red carpet and the full deal. The documentary feature went to My Octopus Teacher.
Yay!
It's been mentioned several times on the show, so wanted to throw that in there. Accepting was the octopus.
Wow.
And there was no wrap-up music.
No,
He just kept sucking and clicking and doing that whole thing for a long time. So,
Is that him walking
Suction
up?
cups, yeah.
That's him walking up to the podium. It was awkward, but listen, I mean, he was the star of the film. So.
It is a hell of a movie if you get a chance to see
I
it.
do
They
need-
really
I-
think
I
of
really-
a nomad land, but with sea creatures.
They really should have put the octopus in the in memoriam section. I don't know why they didn't.
Did he die?
Well, he's an octopus. I mean, the movie came out like 2 years ago.
How long does your average octopus live?
I'll bet
The
they
length
live
of a documentary movie.
I'll bet they live longer than you think.
No,
No,
they
they don't.
don't.
They live like a year.
They don't.
Really? Yeah, watch the movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wait,
you saw it too, Kathy?
Yeah,
I saw the
it's
movie
great.
and I don't remember that shocking piece of
That's
news.
sad.
What?
Poor thing.
All
Maybe,
right,
well,
I'm
maybe
gonna
it was a
check
thing.
it out.
3 to 5 years.
3 to 5
All right,
years.
see, they're already getting
See?
longer lives.
See, he
One-
could still.
1 year.
He could have accepted the award.
I wouldn't have wasted time with this dickhead then if I was an actor. I got a little living to do, baby.
All right, Yolanda Hadid
I know Yolanda.
is in love with. Thank you, Casey.
You're welcome.
In love with her daughter, Gigi Hadid's daughter, Kai.
So she loves her granddaughter?
She does.
Oh, my
Steve.
God.
That told
So
you.
who got the scoop on this
The
one?
news is big here this morning.
Wow.
Don't go to press yet.
Yeah.
I've got something.
She shared a tribute.
Yolanda Hadid, granddaughter.
She,
Do you you have a source that can confirm this? I'm not going with this unless you have corroboration.
Well, they heard from an octopus that actually...
In a parking garage.
Yeah.
The octopus was in the shadows, but...
WMMR.
Got a text that said, you're not playing Turn Up the Radio? We already played it.
We did.
We played it. That's why you can't miss a second of the Back to School A to Z. Those songs pop up before you're even realizing where we are in the alphabet. But if for some reason you want to retrace your steps, you can go to WMMR.com and take a look.
So your best guess at when it wraps up completely? Excuse me.
I had heard bandied about that it might be Thursday afternoon.
All right.
So we'll see if that ends up being the case or not. But
I'm going to miss it.
Yeah, I am too. But listen, a couple things I want to remind you of before we get to the bizarre file. We have a secret text word, tickets to see Justin Willman, who's going to be joining us here in the studio this week for the event, the Magic for Humans in-person tour. It's at the Keswick Theater on Friday night. It's very funny. He's a great magician and is awesome. So text the word secret to 39333, and we'll get a winner in just a few minutes. And then I want to reiterate this. We announced a contest. MMR presents Crumb Bum Cash.
Yes.
And it's a chance to win $1,000 5 times a day. That starts on Monday. And it's the keyword contest. You know what we're talking about. You listen 5 times a day, 8 a.m., 10 a.m., noon, 3, and 5 p.m. We give you a keyword, and you have 15 minutes to enter that.
You're a real crumb bum.
3 ways for you to do it: through the website on the contest page, the MMR app, or you can text it, and we'll give you the number when it's time to do it. Sponsored by our friends at Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. But yet again, more money to be had, and it starts on Monday, and we call it Crumb Bum Cash.
You're a real crumb bum.
B5.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Got junk and want it gone? Then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Veteran and military owned, veteran and military, family owned and operated. Visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. A Swiss International Airlines plane arrived at its destination without a single checked bag on board.
No luggage at all on the plane.
The plane arrived in Bilbao, Spain on Saturday without any of the passengers' checked bags. The bags were left behind in Zurich. Passengers had waited in vain for more than 2 hours at a conveyor belt for their suitcases. That's where they took off from. The flight department had said, they made in a statement, said there was a shortage of ground staff. The flight departed without its 111 passenger suitcases for operational reasons, as the plane had to fly another set of passengers from Bilbao to Zurich Airport before it had closed. Swiss was operating the flight on behalf of Edelweiss Air.
Edelweiss.
The flight crew waited for 1 hour and 16 minutes for the ground staff to load the bags onto the plane before deciding to fly to Bilbao without We hadn't planned on doing that, by the way, but I'm glad that you did that. Several passengers said the pilot in charge of the flight was apologetic over the delayed departure, but never mentioned leaving their bags in Zurich once they got to Bilbao. It was not the first time It was not the first time a plane has departed without its passenger's bag. In July, 2 Scoot flights flew from Athens, Greece to Singapore without luggage before the summer heat wave, which could have affected the performance of the aircraft's engine.
I'd go out of my mind.
Yeah.
Losing luggage or misplaced. That's why I recommend heartily, Kathy, I know you're a proponent of this as well, Apple AirTags in your luggage. Use them.
It wouldn't have mattered. They left them in Bilbao.
Yeah.
You know, that was the whole thing. All right, so the secret to happy relationships could be breastfeeding. According to mother of 3, Rachel Bailey, she started breastfeeding her husband, Alexander.
Oh, no.
When she found herself over-lactating following the birth of her second child. She said, my middle child,
Huge freaking hooters, huh?
Arya, who is now 6, was breastfeeding. I went away on a cruise with Alexander. However, I forgot my breast pump and was badly engorged for 2 days.
Got milk?
I was in so much pain and I was scared about getting an infection. So we decided that my husband was going to try drinking the milk to relieve me.
That is pretty wild.
We
Well,
were-
actually, that's a kink that some people have.
She said we were nervous about the idea of him breastfeeding from me, but as soon as we did it, we realized it was perfectly fine. Turns out Alexander actually liked the taste of his wife's breast milk, even preferring it to cow's milk, and reaped all the benefits of the extra nutrition.
I think one of the sickest, or at least most volatile reactions I saw was when you drank breast milk. We all did on the show.
It was horrible.
Yeah.
It was absolutely horrible. Alexander felt so much more energized when he was drinking my milk, she said. He didn't get a cold for 2 years after he started drinking my milk.
Uh-huh.
And so many people said that his skin was so much better, too. Now that she's producing less milk, she's only able to feed Alexander at night.
Let me return
because
the favor.
Well, she said before it was she would breastfeed her husband at breakfast, lunch, and dinner.
Wow, that's a lot of sucking.
And now it's only at night. Of course, Rachel always makes sure that her 3 children are fed before her husband, but it actually became a genuine bonding experience for the married couple.
Well, if you like that, I have a medicine cabinet in my pants.
Yeah, so that's pretty wild that is what they do regularly.
It seems a little excessive.
Mm-hmm. A Florida woman is accused of jumping into Miami's Biscayne Bay while holding her 3-year-old nephew and taking off her clothes after police arrived. Natalia Marina was arrested on Thursday in charge of criminal mischief, child abuse, and resisting arrest. According to an arrest report, Marina was caught on a surveillance camera destroying a floodlight. A Miami police officer responded to the scene, spotted Marina, a child, and a woman later identified as the suspect's sister, and when they attempted to stop them, the 2 women and the child jumped into the Biscayne Bay. Investigators say that Marina, who was holding her nephew, swam from Brickell Park to nearby Brickell Key.
Brickell Park to Brickell Key?
Wasn't that a Glenn Campbell song?
Yeah.
Or something like that? Brickell Park to Brickell Key. I remember that. Jessica Di Cristofario said that she was walking her dog when she saw the trio and took cell phone video.
Oh, you're not in Brickell Park, honey. This is Brickell Key.
Of Marina swimming with the
How many Brickles do you have?
child in her arms. The child was actually going, she said it seemed like the child
Fly me back to Bilbo.
was going underwater, so I got a little concerned, and police said Marina took her clothes off after officers responded.
Wow.
Cristofario said that I guess when the police came, she took off all her clothes and started throwing them at police.
Can't do that. You can take your clothes off. You just can't throw them at the police.
Officers responded quickly, and Marina and the child were pulled from the water. The child returned to their mother. Marina was taken to an area hospital for a physical and emotional evaluation.
Besides, the latest thing to do when you're taken into police custody is make sure you're wearing Eagles paraphernalia, right?
Right. And that's it. And the final story, this is weird. Kaiser Permanente agreed to a $49 million settlement this month after state and local law enforcement found the healthcare giant disposed of confidential patient information, hazardous waste, and medical waste, including blood and body parts in regular trash streams.
Mm-hmm.
They were throwing body parts just into the regular
Garbage can. Yeah. Aren't you supposed to separate body parts?
California Attorney General
We have a body part bin at home.
Rob Bonta said we saw bodily fluids and body parts that should have not been in the public waste stream. The settlement requires Kaiser to take significant steps and spend money to invest in preventing unlawful disposals from happening again in the future. That's messed up. Wow. All right, and that's all I have in the bizarre file for you now. All right, Kath, we got to get ourselves a winner for the secret text word. What magic number do you have today? Kathy? Kathy.
She's listening to something.
Sorry, I'm listening to the press conference.
I thought she didn't like you, Preston.
Yeah, I thought she was having a medical episode.
She's going on Mitch McConnell.
I thought, yeah.
I'll give it for granted can't handle this. I'll give you.
Oh, my God.
I'll give you.
God.
Bilbo.
Oh, my God.
Oh, so he was listening.
I thought you were having a seizure.
Why?
Because I called you 3 times and you didn't respond.
She's trying to take down information about the press guy.
I was just listening. They just.
I got a number.
Down to me on drums. You folks like to rock?
All right, I'm going to go back to listening because Vince is talking now.
Caller number
7.
All right, caller number 7.
That's a stupid number.
All right, caller number 7, 215-263-WMMR. You have to call us with the secret text word. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
Yolanda Hadid lives her granddaughter.
Oh my God.
Will you go on record with that?
People who don't want this information now.
Oh my God.
He's scared, man.
I'm very scared.
And then he just walked away.
That's my new favorite thing. The octopus walking away. In a cavernous room with lots of reverb so you can hear it.
I can see you're an octopus. Even in shadow.
He's got a trench coat on.
He doesn't even need a trench coat. He's got like this amazing camouflage.
Listen, he's running now. Oh, man. Yeah, Casey, he just blends in with the floor.
Blends in.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Mm-hmm. A dove formerly owned by Prince has passed away.
Yeah. Well, he was big into the doves when doves cry.
Of course. But I didn't know that he had, well, this particular dove was named Divinity.
Yeah.
Female white dove owned by Prince. She died on Tuesday following a recent decline in her health due to her age. She was 28 years old.
That is an exceptionally old dove.
Yes.
Yeah.
I had a cat that lived to 22, and that seemed like an eternity for a pet lifespan.
Yes.
But listen, I know that some birds, like African grays and so on, can live for like 80 years.
Absolutely.
But I
They
didn't think
usually outlive their owners.
But I didn't think a dove had that kind of a shelf life, for lack of a better
I bathed
term.
in the purifying waters of Lake Minnetonka. And
That must have been
what
what
I
did it.
attribute my longevity to.
Well, longevity for divinity.
Following Prince's death in 2016, Divinity remained at his Paisley Park and could be seen during the tours of his former estate.
Divinity conducted the tours.
According to the executive director of the Paisley Park tours, said Divinity's beautiful coo has welcomed visitors since Paisley Park first opened its gates to the public in October 2016. She was one of the enduring links to Prince for thousands of fans. She will be missed.
I would love to go to Paisley Park.
Me too.
I read there was a really fascinating article. Prince started writing an autobiography, and he hired a writer to help him write it. And so a year or so before he died, the writing process began, and the writer spent a lot of time in Paisley Park. And I've gained so much more of an appreciation for Prince after his death, which makes me feel guilty for some weird reason. But just everything that went into Paisley Park and his life is really amazing.
I was just watching a replay of yesterday of him at the Super Bowl when he did the halftime. It was awesome.
Yeah, and his version, along with Danny Harrison and Tom Petty of "While My Guitar Gently Weeps" from Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony years ago, is just unbelievably great.
The outside of Paisley Park looks like a
school or
yeah. You would not. You would have no idea.
What I haven't seen are pictures of the inside.
It's pretty amazing. I mean, it's like a modern Graceland. Like it's Prince through and through.
Our old boss has been to parties there, Jim McGuinn, because he's a program director in Minneapolis, and that's where it is.
That's cool.
So yeah, I would
Elevator inside and all the whole deal.
So in addition to Divinity, Prince also owned a dove named Majesty, which, according to reports, were quiet. Both of them were quiet in the immediate days following his death, but they perked up after hearing his music.
I don't want to talk.
And a new generation of doves will continue to live on.
This is what it sounds like when doves cry. I'm gonna throw up.
That's what it sounds like.
That's what it sounds
when
like.
Doves cry.
Yeah, they were upset about Prince's death.
I swear to God, I'm gonna throw up.
Oh my God! Hey, are doves the same things as pigeons?
No,
no,
they're
not
related.
even close.
They are related.
Yeah, they're in the same bird family.
That's what I mean.
If you look at their license, there's a delineation.
Okay.
My dad and I used to go dove hunting regularly. We used to blast those things out of the sky.
Dude, I mean, come on.
We'd eat them.
I know, but still, it's like puppy hunting. You know? It's so nice and cute and peaceful.
They're different than the ones that you see. They're,
Okay.
they're the gray colored
They kill
ones.
families.
Okay.
Yes.
They are all
he
tatted
was
up.
doing service to the families of Kentucky.
They are literally the symbol for peace, however.
Yes. I was completely eaten by a dove today. Anyone kill them for us.
Son, we got work to do.
We beat it to death with an olive branch.
I have a hair change story that
That's a cool sound effect.
After splitting from her fiance, Dale Moss, Bachelorette alum Claire Crawley is ready for love and a new pink hairdo.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
I saw it.
Yeah?
I've not seen it.
It's not over the top.
It's not crazy hot
It's
pink.
light. She says she wanted to show that she could do something crazy.
Okay.
As we observed, everything she's done shows she can do something crazy.
Oh, you're right. It's a nice pink. It's like an ombre.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. She didn't go. I was thinking like shocking. Like Katy Perry when she had super pink hair. Anyway.
Getting the tattoo of Florida on her forehead.
Did you see that guy?
I did.
Yes. He's got a tattoo of the state right on his forehead.
Ridiculous.
All righty, buddy. Source tells us she sees her time spent with Dale as something of her past and is ready to move forward. Top on 93.3 WMMR, back to school A to Z, TU. That is the next to last TU song. We have one more to go, and I'm so happy that we are going to get to play it before our program is up. So when we return back to school A to Z, little surprise for you. We do have some things to give away. Got to hang on a second here. I got to get my lesson questions all set and ready to go for you because someone is going to win a $50 Rita's gift card. And you know what? No. We got to get secret text word winner. I apologize. Let me go to him first. We were looking for the seventh caller, and that is Victor. Hey there, Victor.
Hey, good morning. You scared me. I was thinking I don't know the lesson question.
I know. My fault, brother. My fault. Okay, so I need to know what the secret text word is, please.
That would be handkerchief.
Handkerchief is correct. Yes, hang on the line, buddy. We got you. We're going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Justin Willman, the Magic Man. It's the Magic for Humans in-person tour Friday at the Keswick Theater in Glenside. Tickets are on sale now via AXS.com. And our random texter is Bill Reese from Essington. So Friday night, he's going to go and see Justin Willman at the Keswick Theater. We should have Justin on at some point this week as well. All right, now we can do today's lesson question. Thank you, Casey. All right. Question we are going to ask you is this. According to Dr. Mike, what kind of water should you not use for a nasal rinse? 215-263 WMMR. According to Dr. Mike, what kind of water should you not use for a nasal rinse? That was around 7:30 this morning. Call now. And by the way, it's not tap water. It's the other one that he had mentioned. Let's see if you know the answer to that. And we'll do the trash while you call.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
Brought to you by Sports and Social. Cheer on the Birds, just steps away from the stadium at Sports and Social and Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Watch the game on a 52-foot big screen with halftime contest, Bud Lights, giveaways, memorabilia, and more. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, positive signs that Amanda Bynes is starting a new chapter in her life after she had those heart-shaped tattoos on her face removed. Bynes says she has been wanting to remove them for a while to make way for a Preston and Steve tattoo. Hey! Reese Witherspoon trying to shut down rumors that she's a billionaire after earning $900 million from the sale of her production company, Hello Sunshine. Excuse me. Witherspoon says she wishes she was a billionaire because then maybe she wouldn't have to sweat things out every time she buys a country.
Yeah.
Hey! And finally, Guns N' Roses had to postpone their Saturday night concert in St. Louis. The band took to Instagram to let fans know that Axl was suffering from conditions associated with menopause.
Alrighty, we'll see if somebody knows the answer to this lesson question. According to Dr. Mike, what kind of water should you not use for a nasal rinse? 215-263 WMMR is the number. Let's see. We'll go to David, see if he knows. Hey, David, good morning. You. All right, David, what did Dr. Mike say you shouldn't use as the nasal rinse?
Tap water or toilet water?
I said not tap water, and he didn't say toilet water.
I said toilet water.
Casey said toilet water, so that is in. Thank you, sir. But we appreciate it.
He was listening. Just not right.
No, we got to get the answer, so we'll go to Fran. Hi, Fran.
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah, bud. All right, so what should you not use, according to Dr. Mike, as nasal rinse?
Salt water?
No, not salt water. Sorry, buddy. Thank you. We'll go to Tony. See if Tony knows. Hey, Tony.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tony, what water should you not use?
Well, I thought creek water.
That is correct. Creek water. And Tony, did I hear a cow in the background there?
Yeah.
I thought so.
Betting.
What's that?
I was giving him betting.
Where are you?
You're laying down
At the Cow Motel. He's putting betting in. Yeah.
It's a cow town, right?
No, are you working on a farm right now?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
I literally heard. Did you guys hear?
Yes, I heard. Yeah.
All right,
My
nice.
wife called you a while ago, Judy, but
I
We
remember
know
that.
you guys.
Yep.
Yes.
All right, Tony, you won. So hang on the line. We'll get your information. We're going to set you up with a $50 Rita's gift card. You can head to Rita's for a fall pick-me-up with frozen coffee with fun fall flavors like pumpkin, mocha, and cold brew. Only at Rita's for a limited time.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
I done passed a miss alive.
You were
utterly confused.
I was utterly confused. All right, brought to you by Horizon Services. From clogged toilets to dripping faucets, Horizon Cooling, Heating, and Plumbing. Plumbing professionals are there when you need them. Plus, you can save 20% off of your next plumbing service. Visit horizonservices.com. Multi-Grammy nominated guitarist Joe Satriani, along with virtuosic guitarist Eric Johnson and Steve Vai, have reunited for another round of the original 1996 G3 tour. This is a must-see if you are a fan of shredding guitarists. Steve Vai commented through a press release saying it's always an honor to contribute to a G3 tour, and to be with Joe and Eric again playing on stage is like living life to its fullest.
I had heard Joe. I mean, that cat really knows how to play guitar.
He does.
And you better watch out for him.
That is true.
This cat really knows how to play guitar.
That's what I was talking about.
Absolutely.
In that clip, yeah. The tour kicks off January 23rd. In Tucson.
That's the latest news. Let's get on to the latest rock.
Stops in 11 cities before winding up with a pair of shows in Los Angeles. This cat knows how to play guitar. Watch out.
This cat really knows how to play guitar.
I like the part where you start talking about how your muscles, Preston.
Oh, God, to be so big.
Look at these muscles, man.
Oh, God, to be so big.
Let's be clear, that's not me. All right. Van Morrison will release a new album on November 3rd, and it'll feature electric guitar from the late Jeff Beck. You will also hear the vocals of English rocker Chris Farlow. Titled Accentuate the Positive, his 45th studio.
Oh, my God.
Not Chris Farley, Chris
Tommy
Farlow.
would like wingy.
What'd you do?
Tommy want wingy.
Tommy would favor wingies.
That's a show that I've never seen.
British Chris Farley?
No, Van Morrison.
Oh, Van Morrison is I've seen a
Steve's
number of
talked about
times.
it.
Sensational.
I'd really like to see it
Sensational.
next time he comes through town.
And he a couple of times during the concert, he will move around and play every instrument in a song.
Van Morrison says, rock and roll is about simplicity, sincerity, and expressive power, and there is no way you can get away from that. That's why it's good, and that's why it's lasted. It's spiritual music.
Did you see Belfast, Nick?
No, I know it's on the list, and I want to. My friend is a bartender, professional bartender in San Francisco, and Van comes into his bar all the time, says he could not be a nicer guy. He just sits there and has his Manhattan and chills at the bar, but he's like super friendly, and he'll tell stories. And,
I love hearing that.
Yeah.
He's one of my absolute all-time favorites.
Eric Clapton played tribute to the late Robbie Robertson by opening the show of his 2023... Marissa, he's trying to get your attention. 2023 U.S. tour with two songs by the band. Clapton played The Shape I'm In from the band's 1970 album Stage Fright, and followed with 1975's It Makes No Difference. And before performing, he simply said, Robbie Robertson.
Wow. So he performed those songs in the last waltz, at least The Shape of Man, and it was Further On Up the Road, right? Wasn't that the duet he does? He trades off guitar
with Clapton? Oh, I'm not sure.
Yeah, so
I haven't
Clapton,
seen it in so long.
And there's a point where Robertson's, who is a damn good guitar player himself, he's playing, and you see Clapton kind of nodding like, yeah.
Yeah, Robertson's music had a major impact on Clapton, and in 1994, he was given the honor of inducting the band into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And then last week, we have a couple of clips from Ozzy Osbourne talking about his current health. Obviously, he has Parkinson's disease.
Right.
So we have two clips. This is the first one, just giving an update on his health.
My lower back is, I'm going for what they call an epidural this soon. Because what's happening, what they've discovered, the neck has been fixed, but below the neck, there's two vertebrae. When the bike hit me, and I mean, they're disintegrate. There's nothing left of them. So they're going to put a small rod into what he wants.
He sounds like old Ozzy.
He does sound like old Ozzy. Yeah,
Sounds great.
a little clearer, but and then he talks about his Parkinson's situation.
Okay, here we go.
You know something? I never think about it. I don't go, oh, I've got Parkinson's. Because it's so mild. I mean, it's ridiculous. If I don't take the medication, I tremor a little bit in the morning. But I don't feel okay. I mean, as long as I take the medication, I'm fine.
Okay. He says he's doing okay.
Ooh, Austin Powers with that delivery, too, huh?
Yeah. All right, and that is the last item in music news. We will take a break and come back in a second with our last song for the Back to School A to Z, and it is one of the all-time great rock and rollers that we're going to hear a song from in the last of the TU portion of Back to School A to Z. We'll wrap up the program when we get back. Stay with us. So she has pink hair now.
Okay, the ombre's good. I kind of prefer the Ganon, bro.
What's the Ganon?
Come on,
Come on, bro. Keep going. Do it. Finish it.
I'm not finishing
Come on. It's Ganon, bro. I like the up dog.
Yeah,
it is. Yeah.
Here's the tattoo of the Florida, by the way.
That looks good.
Oh, man, what is going on?
I know. We have a monitor that's normally in front of us. It doesn't work, and I can't see the photos when they come up. But yes, that's just brilliant. Best performance by an actress in a motion picture drama went to Andra Day for The United States versus Billie Holiday. And overall best motion picture drama went to Nomadland. So there you go. That's our first foray into a very strange awards year.
It was. You know what was one of the weirder things, Preston? At certain points when they were going into a commercial and they had the nominees, they'd put the nominees up and they'd bring up their microphones so that they could sort of like talk and like. And there was, did you see Case? I don't know, because there was a point where Pacino was up for something and they were all, hi, Mr. Pacino, I'm a big fan of yours. And there's this cross talk that's not, no one was overseeing it. It was just like you were listening in on a Zoom call.
Wait, so the crosstalk was between the fellow nominees?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
So they did that a couple times. If they ever do this again, they should not do that again.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, right?
It's very weird.
Yeah.
And I'm like, is something supposed to be happening?
What was great, though, is when Soul won for best, I think it was best animated, who do you call it? Tracy Morgan pronounced it as Saul, right? He goes, and the winner is, and he goes, Saul. And then there was no reaction because there was no movie called Saw.
Right.
And then he realized that he had made the mistake. And then they had cut to the, it was for best original song. But either way, the actors, it was Sudeikis, it was the people that were up for the next award.
Right.
They were having a ball with it. They were cracking up. Don Cheadle was making fun of them, and it was really.
I think Pacino didn't realize that he was still on the Zoom call because he was standing in the doorway pleasuring himself.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Oh no, you
How
don't do
awkward
that.
is
It feels so good.
Right.
Well, I didn't see that clip, but I did see. I saw a clip.
I'm gonna shout!
Oh my God!
Splat.
All over my walls and when my children play with their toys. You're expecting something like that. There are a few people who clearly were not quite up to speed on the tech.
I'm gonna shoot over here.
That was good.
Oh man!
Right after that.
Yes. Sorry, Nick.
No. This is also comedic. He fell asleep.
What?
Did he?
Yeah.
Was he asleep on camera, Nick?
Yeah. I mean, don't you usually fall asleep right afterwards?
Everybody's sleepy, you know, and you've expanded yourself. So the camera pans across his screen, and listen, his eyes are closed, and he looks like he might not actually have been asleep, but he looked like he was sleepy.
There was so much fun pleasuring myself.
Oh no, the poor guy.
I don't feel so good.
That's hilarious.
I'm up on out.
So, according to a new survey presented by the Water Quality and Health Council, 51% of Americans reported using a swimming pool as a communal bathtub, using the pool as an alternative to showering or rinsing off after engaging in exercise or yard work or whatever it may be. Even though 64% of Americans know that pool chemicals don't eliminate the need to shower, people continue to do it anyway. By the way, the survey comes as experts from the council, the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, and, which I didn't know existed, the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Oh, that's great. That's what Darth Vader faces off in the second movie.
Work to educate the public on healthy and safe swimming.
We shall crush the Pool Alliance.
Yes, my name is Mortimer Sanchez, and I'm with the Pool Alliance. And we think you're a bad leader.
The survey also revealed.
I don't care.
The survey also revealed that 24% of Americans would go into a pool within 1 hour of having diarrhea.
See, that's now listen. That's why public pools are just not my thing.
Spend all
However,
day on the toilet. You know what I need to do? I need to take a swim.
get some of that residual out.
To check the chlorine and pH levels for a personal public pool, the council is offering free pool test kits through its 15th annual Healthy Pools campaign on its website.
This is the Alliance.
This is the Pool and Hot Tub Alliance.
Did you mention in this story, Preston, particular sunblocks affecting?
I didn't mention this.
Okay. Go into the pool now.
Peter Cushing.
Moff Tarkin.
This is the finest pool you'll ever swim in.
What were you saying, Nick? Sunscreens?
Yeah, the reason that I bring it up is that I went on a snorkel, not a scuba,
Snookles
or a snorkel, but a snookle.
It's the latest craze that's sweeping the beaches of America. Snookling.
Get some Beach Boys.
Yes.
Yeah, that'd be
Good
great.
outside, hanging tan, snookling all day long.
Surfing USA, please.
Oh, sorry.
I know what the snookle is, if I may suggest.
At the snookle.
Oh my God.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Snookle USA.
Like California.
I'm such an idiot.
All right, anyhow.
Snorkeling.
Oh, yeah.
I went snorkeling, and you weren't allowed to wear.
Feel of a snookle at dawn.
You weren't allowed to wear the sunblock that you brought. You had to use the sunblock that they provided for you, and it's because the sunblock that most people wear is pretty damaging to the reef. And I was wondering if it would be damaging at all to like a pool filter or to the saltwater.
These are all good questions.
Whatever,
because some of the chemicals are pretty arch and can have that effect.
Yeah, and I've been snorkeling many times in my life, but this is the first time ever on a snorkel trip where I had to do this, and you weren't allowed to wear what you had, what
So
you brought.
They provided.
They
the substance?
provided it
Do you
for you,
remember
yeah.
what it was? What type it was?
I don't. It was like an industrial vat.
It was called Reef Killer.
Yeah.
Reef Killer sunblock. A snookle, by the way, as you're snorkeling, has a second tube that goes up back onto the beach so that someone could load M&Ms into them so that you can eat.
You're hungry.
So that's what a snookle
Right, a
is?
snookle is a second food tube.
Okay.
So that you can swim longer.
Everybody wins.
That's great.
They do have Snuba.
Snuba.
Snuba is legit.
I've heard of that, yeah.
Snuba.
Apparently,
Yeah.
snookle is legit as well.
Are you kidding
it?
me?
No, I'm serious.
If you can swim, you can snookle. Yeah, he's absolutely right. Snookle offers shallow dives.
23 WMMR, absolutely. Tutti Frutti, one of the all-time great, one of the fathers of rock and roll, right there.
Any documentary about the Beatles, who did they love? Little Richard.
Absolutely. So happy to bring that to you. MMR's Back to School A to Z.
I just, whenever I hear Tutti Frutti, I think it's a Denny's commercial where the guy keeps coming in and in disguises because he wants to get the deals, and he's wearing like a glasses and a mustache, and he goes, "I'll have the Rooty Tooty, fresh and fruity." Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay.
I don't think of that. I think of the movie Top Secret because Val Kilmer's character, Nick, does his version of Tutti Frutti, which is pretty awesome. So we all have our own memories of these songs.
Tutti Frutti is everything to everyone.
Yeah, some of them are restaurant memories, and other ones are goofy movie memories. So.
Val Kilmer performances.
Yep. So I would like to thank for being on the program today, Anthony Franzzo, our guest. Anthony's local guy. He and his buddies are on a game called Buddy Games. It's a contest. It's a game show, and it debuts tomorrow night on CBS. And he is part of Team Philly Forever. And Josh Small is the host. A $200,000 prize. Maybe they win. Maybe we don't know. We'll have to find out tomorrow night.
And the games are all exactly the kind of stuff that you play with your buddies.
Yep. He was all fired up. So hopefully it went well for him. And I want to reiterate the fact that we made an announcement this morning. Starting on Monday is the thing we call Crumb Bum Cash. And it's your chance to win $1,000.
You're a real crumb bum.
Wow.
Yes. He's on a loudspeaker. Done. That was Casey and Steve hitting their sound effects at the same time.
3, 2, 1.
You're a real crumb bum.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
You're a real crumb bum.
That's how you do it. And the squeaky door was in the background for those of you who heard it.
Yeah, when we're on the air, don't go through that door anymore. Go through that door.
Dude, it is gotten so insanely squeaky.
Bill left, was it yesterday?
Yesterday. And the further you open, like the wider you open the door, the louder it is.
Yep. All right, Crumb Bum Cash starts on Monday, by the way, and it's your chance to win $1,000 5 times a day, and it's 8 a.m., 10 a.m., noon, 3, and 5 p.m. We announce a keyword, and then you have 15 minutes after the hour to enter it. We'll tell you about how you do and everything, but it's sponsored by Horizon Services Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing, so we're excited to bring back the cash contest. And that sound actually is the opening of the coffin, Jackie Bam Bam.
Yeah! I know I'm in the right spot.
Nice to see you, bud. How are you?
I am wonderful. I heard Little Richard. They got him. You got me. We're off to a flying start today.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great news.
All right, why don't we do the letter of the day first and foremost? Ready?
Let's do it.
All right.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
The letter C, as in Chuck E. Cheese.
All right. And we have, what's today? Wednesday. We have 2 more to go, and then we will give away $500 from the Bagster.
Yeah.
The Bagster is the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup, and you can buy it at any home improvement store. Fill it and simply schedule your collection, and it's gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster in a bag. So we give that away on Friday. Obviously, morning A to Z with you, Jackie Bam Bam, right?
Yeah, Little Richard, so that means I'm at the end of the T's I taken, and I did a little homework. I counted 223 T's, so I'm on the tail end of it. And speaking of T, Twisted Sister, Yo Romano's got her cut sleeve denim jacket on with the Motorhead Twisted Sister patch on the back. She got a Target.
I didn't get a Target, but
Nice. So that's that and more coming up?
And more.
All right. Thank you, Jackie. All right. I want to thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also, Wild Fork Meat and Seafood Market. You can enjoy the largest selection of quality meats and seafood at low prices. Tomorrow on our program, look at this. Christopher Knight will be joining us. Peter Brady from the Brady Bunch. And we also have comedian Adam Ray on as well. And we'll have stuff to give away and things to do. And by popular request, another round of Cowbell. Name that Cowbell.
Yes. Yeah.
We'll see. All right, that's it. We're done. Ray John, have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.